Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live coverage of the war in Iran. Potentially very big new development today. Just about 90 minutes ago, with President Trump saying that the U.S., in a matter of hours, is going to start guiding trapped ships out through the Strait of Hormuz. How is this going to go? I don't know that Iran's going to be on board with this. So we are going to talk about this, give you some updates. Hold on a moment here. So we're going to give you an update. We're going to talk about other things as well. You know, there's another story I want to mention once we talk about the war things. A United Airlines plane apparently struck both a light pole and a bakery truck. I'm not aware of any injuries, but that was in New Jersey when it was landing. So we're going to talk about that as well. Let me just really quickly here. Let me really quickly here do something really quick. I got to do something really quick and then we can talk. I just want to post an update about the bakery truck. All right, hang on. One moment. I just heard about that plane thing when I came on the air. Okay, it says we want to go here. I can't do it right now. I'll have to do it later. Okay. So let's talk about, I want to talk about what President Trump announced. And again, this is like a potentially huge development. If the U.S. is the U.S. going to have warships going through the Strait of Hormuz? How is the U.S. going to guide ships out of the Strait of Hormuz? What's going to happen with this? Here we go, right here. Let me thank our moderators here. We have Ruth and Haley Girl over on YouTube moderating, Debbie as well, Debbie BJG. Hang on one moment. They are modding over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We also have moderating LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev are all moderating over on Twitch. Big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. And Oops. Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Kay Lowry Body moderating on Facebook. Thanks Lisa Perkins and Barry Eisler and for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks to Shannon Davis Hughes for moderating as well. So let's talk about what President Trump said. Again, this is supposed to start in hours. Right now it is in Iran, it's 1:40 a.m., remember. By the way, oil right now is, the oil market opened about 10 minutes ago. It was closed over the weekend, as it always is. And oil is down a little bit. Well, it's down about 1.5%. I'm seeing WTI crude is around 100 and Brent crude is around 106.5. Well, they're down about 1.75% or so. Mortz thinks this is an announcement to appease the oil markets. I mean, it seems like this is a big deal if it happens. Also, it seems like it could lead to conflict if it happens. Oh, I need to check and see if Iran has actually commented on this yet. I wonder what Iran's going to have to say about this. All right, so here's what President Trump said. President Trump said countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz. I think he means locked up in the Persian Gulf. Most of these ships that have been trapped are in the Persian Gulf, not actually in the Strait of Hormuz, I believe. There are hundreds of ships that have been trapped that can't get out for about 10 weeks now since the war started because Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz. He says, which are locked up on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways. That's what he says. He says the U.S. will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Again, these are ships from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with what is currently taking place in the Middle East. I have told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, he calls it, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning in Middle East time. That's just hours from now. I am fully aware that my representatives are having, he says, very positive discussions with the country of Iran. He calls them very positive discussions. And that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the U.S., Middle Eastern countries, but in particular the country of Iran, who I haven't heard has agreed to this. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of all of those who have been fighting so strenuously over the last number of months, if in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcefully. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, again, I've seen nothing to suggest that that Iran has agreed to this. I would certainly think it's likely that Iran would object to this, because it would be the U.S. Exercising control over what goes in and out of the Strait of Hormuz after Iran has asserted its control. Now, maybe Trump is saying, well, these ships are not going to come back, as a way to say to Iran, hey, look, you shouldn't attack these ships for leaving because these ships have been trapped there, and maybe it's a bigger deal if ships try to come back in later or something. I don't know. My point is, Iran might see this as a threat to their asserted control over the Strait of Hormuz, over the leverage they have with the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran could say, all right, well, we're going to let these ships out, but we're just not going to let anything come back in and out. But they could have done that before. If Iran had wanted to, they could have let the ships out before. So they've chosen not to let the ships out. And also remember, Iran reportedly has been charging ships a ransom, a toll to get in and out. So would they go back on doing that and let these, I believe it's hundreds of ships, just get out without paying a toll, when they haven't done that for 10 weeks or 9 weeks or whatever it is? It's the start of the 10th week now. So I don't know that Iran is going to be on board with this. We'll have to see. Now, breaking news. Wall Street Journal says, the Wall Street Journal says, the new effort is a process through which countries, insurance companies, and shipping organizations can coordinate moving traffic through the strait. According to a senior U.S. official, it doesn't currently involve U.S. Navy warships escorting vessels through the strait, the official said. I'm going to read that again. So they said the new initiative that Trump announced doesn't currently involve U.S. Navy warships escorting vehicles through the strait, according to a U.S. official. Rather, it is a process through which countries, insurance companies, and shipping organizations can coordinate moving traffic through the strait. That's confusing. I mean, why would they? How is that going to get them to leave? Give me a moment here. Okay, I'm gonna mention that again. So, the Wall Street Journal is reporting right now that this whole new thing that Trump announced, Project Freedom, does not currently involve U.S. Navy warships escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, according to a senior U.S. official. Rather, the official tells the Wall Street Journal, this is a process through which countries, insurance companies, and shipping organizations can coordinate moving traffic through the strait. Our viewer, David Joe Klotz, says no ship is going to risk being fired on by Iran. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I'm confused by this, because I don't know why ships would. I don't get what is being provided to them, if not some sort of military escort that's going to make them okay, feel safe leaving if they haven't before. I also wonder, when this was announced, like a U.S. official says this to the Wall Street Journal, but how widely was this known about in the U.S. military before Trump announced it? I also don't know that. But it doesn't really make sense to me. As the announcement says, um, you can literally see it on the screen. Right. We have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways. Again, we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways. And also, if this humanitarian process is interfered with, that will have to be dealt with forcefully. I mean, when I see him say we will guide them out, that suggests to me some kind of military guidance. Military guidance. Austin Batman says, who is we there if it's not the U.S. Navy? Oil opened down further than it was. Right now, I'm seeing it's down less than 1% now. About 101 plus WTI and 107.5 roughly Brent. So I'm kind of confused by this whole thing. Let me try to get you some more information here. Give me one moment. Okay. So I'm a bit confused by the whole thing. Renee McGee says we're all confused. Ash Kawaja thinks insurance companies will pay the toll. Well, if that's the case, then what is then how is the U.S. guiding them out? I have not seen, Fletch, an official response from Iran yet about this. Oh, hold on a second. Breaking update from Tasneem. Breaking update from Tasneem News. Update from Tasneem News. Hold on a moment here. The chairman of the National Security Committee of the Parliament in Iran says the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf will not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. No one believes blame game scenarios. Okay, I'm going to read that again. Iranian state media Tasneem, chairman of the Iranian National National Security Committee of Iran's parliament says in response to Trump's announcement that U.S. will guide trapped ships out of Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf will not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. And also says, no one believes blame game scenarios. All right, let me show you this. Here again is what this is just posted a short while ago, last few minutes, I believe, by Iranian state media Tasneem. I think I can read the original post. Anyways, hold on a second. Let me just show you this, though. So you can see right here, this is Tasneem News, Iran State Media. Chairman of the Parliament's National Security Commission. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, will not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. No one believes blame game scenarios. So that's one Iranian official responding to what Trump said. Unleashed Flute thinks Trump is just going to dare them to shoot at a ship so we can resume the war. Kim K. Carter thinks Iran is playing with fire. Give me one moment here. Ibrahim Azizi 33. Here, I have the original post from the Iranian official, by the way, which I'll show you. Yeah, this is from 20 minutes ago from the head of the National Security Commission of the Iranian parliament. Warning. Any interference in the new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. No one would believe blame game scenarios. Give me one moment here. He is the head of National Security Commission of Iranian parliament. Just to go back to what he said here. Oh, oops, I did it the wrong way. He actually posted in English. Okay, so again, this is the head of the National Security Commission in Iran's parliament. This is his response, posted on his X account, actually. He says, warning, any American interference in the new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. No one would believe blame game scenarios. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. No one would believe blame game scenarios. The real Zelder says Trump calling this Project Freedom suggests he means business. Yes, it is about 2 a.m. Iran time. We got to go over this again. What's going on? Kind of confusing. Hey, by the way, thanks to Steve's Noisy Keyboard from the UK. Thank you. Firestar thank you. who says Strait of Hormuz has as much coast as the coast of California. You can't bomb your way to reopening the strait. Thanks, Firestar. Thanks, Gary Baines, for the memberships. Thanks, Neutral Sync, I think it is. Neutral Zinc. Thank you, Ramen in My Tum Tum. Thanks for the memberships. Thanks, Jeff TE88 PFCR says, we is countries from all over the world. Did you not read the beginning of the post? No, I read the beginning of the post. The beginning of the post says, countries all over the world have asked the United States if we, the United States, could help free up their ships. So yes, I did read the post, and the post said that other countries asked the United States to do something, not that other countries would help the United States do it. Okay, thank you, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Where in his announcement did he explicitly mention the U.S. military, says Jeff. So, I agree he didn't explicitly mention it. However, it really doesn't make much sense to me that he's announcing this if... So I'm assuming he's announcing this because he thinks it'll make a difference, right? I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me that President Trump would take the time and effort and to write this whole thing out and post it on his social media and make a big announcement out of it if it was something that didn't really have any teeth to it. So the only way, when he says we will guide them out, that really doesn't, if it's just somebody from the U.S. calling captains of ships on the phone and saying, hey, here's where to go, that doesn't really make much sense to me because they're not going to listen to that. So I think the most reasonable inference, while I acknowledge it is not explicitly said U.S. military in the post, to me, if you assume that this is supposed to have teeth, that President Trump is announcing it because he thinks it'll be effective, then you have to assume that there's some sort of bite here, that there's some sort of forcefulness that's going to make this happen. And to me, the most logical conclusion is that he means the U.S. military. Now, maybe he didn't, but I mean, if he doesn't mean there's a military threat here or a military escort, how is it going to be effective? I don't see how it's going to be effective at all. Thank you, BLR Words. Thank you. Peanut butter jelly for peanut butter jelly for. Thank you. Driving Sue. Thank you. We'll talk about that in a little bit. There was a ship that was attacked reportedly in the Strait of Hormuz today. We'll talk about that. Twisted Doobie, thank you. Thank you, Steve B6067. Steve thinks he's announcing this just for the oil insider trading market. Thank you also to Jeff TE88 PFCR, who says, asked if we could help. Again, I don't see anything in here that suggests other countries are helping with this. If you're Jeff, I guess your implication, your argument is that when Trump said other countries asked if we could help free up their ships, you're saying that you're interpreting this as other countries said, we're doing this and we want you to help us. I'm sorry, I just don't think that's as likely an interpretation as just, hey, can you guys do this? He doesn't mention anybody else doing it. He says, now, maybe there is. He hasn't mentioned it yet. Maybe he'll clarify and say, oh, what I actually meant is other countries are joining us in this effort, but in a way that they haven't so far in the war. I haven't heard him say anything about that yet. So, again, it could turn out that you're right. We'll have to see. I've heard no sort of announcement that any other country is involved. No other country has been involved in doing something active like that so far that I'm aware of. So if you're right, And that's what he meant by help. I don't find that to be the likely the likely intended interpretation. Maybe we'll get some clarification from Trump in the future. Thanks so much, Jeff88, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Thank you, Life and Loved Ohio, for being a member. Thank you, Eddie V, for being a member. KDS Dad, thanks for the gift membership. Mr. Slug Snail, thanks for the gift memberships. Did I thank everybody for before? I got delayed before. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Ramen in My Tum Tum, thank you. And I thank Driving Sue and Sir Racha. Sir Racha thinks it's blatant market manipulation, same as last Friday when he claimed Iran was agreeing to everything. I think that was 2 Fridays ago. He did post this about 90 minutes before the oil market opened. Hold on a moment here. Give me a moment. Thanks to Douthis, by the way, for the gift subscription on Twitch. Thanks, Douthis. Thanks also, Gausis gave a couple gift subscriptions. Thank you. Thanks, Andlin Austin for the gift subscription. Thank you. Nestorius, thanks for subscribing. Graybeard Games, thanks for subscribing. Tech Slug, thank you. Tech Slug says Iran could send some of their ships out at the same time to see if the U.S. blinks. I don't really know. I mean, Iran presumably doesn't have big ships left, but I mean, they could certainly, if ships try to move through the strait, Iran could attack them or attack U.S. ships if they're accompanying them. They could fire missiles or drones or use small boats. Thanks also Cesaron on Twitch and Seed Music for subscribing on Twitch and Vladimir for your support on Twitch. All right, give me one moment here. President Trump also posted a meme, which is him holding cards, and he says, "I have all the cards." It says in the meme, "I have all the cards." But that's just a post of a meme. He didn't actually type any caption or anything. All right, so let's go over what's going on again. President Trump, about 2 hours ago, made this announcement. He said that countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States to see if we could help free up their ships. By the way, let me just point out, he says countries who have these ships have asked us to help free up their ships. That sounds like not countries who are looking to participate in some military coalition. I assume a lot of these countries are countries without large militaries. A lot of these ships that are, I mean, some of them have them, but some of these ships are not from big countries. Anyways, sounds to me like they're asking him to free up their ships with U.S. military help. That's what it sounds like to me. But anyways, countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz, on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways. Again, we, the U.S., will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Again, these ships are from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with that which is currently taking place in the Middle East. I have told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. And again, I think he means the Persian Gulf and the strait, because many ships are in the Persian Gulf that were trapped there when the strait closed. To get out of the Persian Gulf, you need to go through the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning Middle East time, which is just hours away. I am fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran, and that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the United States, Middle Eastern countries, but in particular the country of Iran. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of those who have been fighting so strenuously over the last number of months. If in any way this humanitarian process is this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcefully. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So President Trump said, in a matter of hours, starting Monday morning, Middle Eastern time, we, the U.S., will guide ships safely out of the restricted waterways through the Strait of Hormuz. That's what he said. It's right in front of you. But the Wall Street Journal reports that they talked to a senior U.S. official. The senior U.S. official said this Project Freedom does not currently involve U.S. Navy warships escorting vessels through the strait. Rather, the official told the Wall Street Journal that what President Trump is talking about is a process through which countries, insurance companies, and shipping organizations can coordinate moving traffic through the strait. Again, I don't understand why any ship that has been refusing to leave so far because of safety worries, and maybe that could affect their insurance rates and what their ownership wants to do and all that. I don't understand how providing a process through which countries, insurance companies, and shipping organizations can coordinate moving through the strait without any kind of change on Iran's part. Iran, who has attacked numerous ships in the strait since the war started, I don't see why ships would suddenly start changing their mind, and ship management companies and ship owners would start changing their mind and start going through the strait. So I'm confused. Now, Axios had reported that this is the most significant step by the Trump administration to try to reopen the strait. And they say it's a clear U.S. challenge to Iran's effort to control the strait. So that sounds to me like Axios is under the impression that when they say that, it seems like they mean that it's going to be some sort of military action. But Axios also says the new Hormuz Strait initiative will not necessarily include U.S. Navy ships escorting commercial ships, according to two American officials. One official said U.S. Navy ships will be in the vicinity in case they need to prevent Iran's military from attacking commercial ships moving through the strait. Axios says the U.S. Navy is going to provide commercial ships with information on the best maritime lanes in the strait, especially when it comes to using lanes that were not mined. All right, well, this is some reporting from Axios. I got to mention this again. What exactly is going on? I don't know. Okay, so Axios says The new initiative Trump announced to guide trapped ships out through the Strait of Hormuz will not necessarily include U.S. ships escorting commercial ships One official said U.S. Navy ships will be in the vicinity in case they need to prevent Iran's military. Also, the U.S. Navy will provide commercial ships with information on the best maritime lanes in the strait, especially when it comes to using lanes that were not mined by the Iranian military. That's what Axios is reporting. All right, I'll summarize that again. Okay, so Axios is reporting that they talked to a couple of U.S. officials who said that this effort to guide trapped ships out through the Strait of Hormuz, it won't necessarily include U.S. Navy ships escorting the trapped ships. However, U.S. Navy ships will be in the vicinity in case they need to prevent Iran's military from attacking ships moving through the strait. Although I don't, so, I mean, will they be able to prevent, like, say, drones from being, from attacking the ships? Sea drones or missiles? That I don't know. Also, the officials told Axios the U.S. Navy is going to provide commercial ships with the best maritime lanes, information on what lanes to take through the strait, especially when it comes to using lanes that were not mined by the Iranian military. Axios, it was not immediately clear whether this move was coordinated with Iran in any way. As I mentioned, the head of the National Security Commission of Iran's parliament said, Warning, any American interference in the new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. No one would believe blame game scenarios. We might have to do a poll shortly. Just give me a moment here. So I don't know what's going to come of all this. Alex Ward, who is with Wall Street Journal, said Trump did not announce an escort mission, U.S. officials say. Project Freedom is a coordination cell that will tell U.S. flagged ships and others the safe lanes to navigate in the Strait of Hormuz, aka no mines, etc. By the way, a quick thanks to Brian Beelman. Brian gave 20 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's really nice of you, Brian Beelman. Thanks so much. Please thank Brian or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. And thanks, Brian, as well for your support, your very generous donation. That's really nice of you, Brian. Thank you. Hey, thanks also, Jeff TEP88 PFCR. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, you are welcome to continue posting, as everybody is. Eddie V. Thank you for, who says spicy. Thank you, Eddie V, for being a member. Life and Loved OH. Thanks for being a member. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Hold on a second here. Let's do a poll now. Oops, hold on a second. We had an issue here. Hold on. Somebody got accidentally timed out. We'll fix that. Life and Love O got accidentally timed out, but that should be fixed by now. By me. Sorry about that. Life and Loved O. Now, let's do a poll. The poll is going to be, will any ships leave the Gulf? Well, I don't want to say will any ships exit the Gulf this week via Project Freedom? That's going to be the poll question. This is not a ship that, say, coordinates with Iran. We've heard about ships reportedly paying tolls to Iran to leave. So this is not about a ship getting approval from Iran. This is about a ship using whatever this Project Freedom is. And that's why they're leaving, is because they used Project Freedom. They wouldn't have left otherwise. All right, hold on. I am posting the poll. Oopsie. Oopsie. You know what happened on Twitch? It cut off. So I guess there's a character limit on Twitch to the question. Now I can't even delete the poll. On Twitch, it's supposed to be Project Freedom, not Project Free. It says on Twitch Project Free. It just cut it off. I guess when I pasted it in, it didn't go the whole way. And now I can't even delete it. So it says it's supposed to say Project Freedom on Twitch. Hopefully people can figure that out. And let's see here. I got to post it on Facebook too. What I should do on the headline, by the way, is to say Trump says this. I mean, he said it, but we'll. Question is, what does that actually mean? All right, I'm about to post the poll on Facebook. Okay, the poll is posted. Before I show the results, let's show this. Let's show you guys thinking about what to post, how to respond to the poll. There you go. Oh, I just saw, by the way, Rudy Giuliani is in critical condition in the hospital, according to ABC News. ABC News says Rudy Giuliani's spokesman said Giuliani is hospitalized in critical but stable condition. The statement does not say what happened. I hope he recovers. That's just breaking right now. I'll let you know if I hear any more. Rudy Giuliani, by the way, is 81 years old. He is in a Florida hospital, by the way, says the New York Times. Oh, I have the post. This is from Ted Goodman. Ted Goodman, who is Rudy Giuliani's spokesperson, posted this about 20 minutes ago. Mayor Rudy Giuliani is currently in the hospital where he remains in critical but stable condition. Mayor Giuliani is a fighter who has faced every challenge in his life with unwavering strength, and he's fighting with that same level of strength as we speak. We do ask that you join us in prayer for America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Again, I hope he recovers. Thoughts with Rudy Giuliani. I'll let you know if I hear any more. Oh, I didn't even show the poll results. Oh no, I didn't show the poll results. All right. Hey, first of all, poll results. Poll results. I said, will any ship actually exit through the strait this week via Project Freedom? Over on YouTube, it is split 52% no, 48% yes. On Facebook, it is 70% yes, 30% no. Oops, I'm frozen. Sorry, my camera froze. My camera froze. There, now we're back. I'm going to have to deal with that as well. And, excuse me. The Twitch is 66% no on Twitch, 34% yes. One moment. There's a new post, Austin said. Hold on a second here. Oh, new post by CENTCOM. All right, new post from CENTCOM. Hold on a moment. Thank you, Austin Batman, for letting me know. We have a new post by CENTCOM about this operation. All right, so let's go back. Thanks for voting in our poll. Now, one moment. So again, President Trump said that just fix this here. President Trump had said that starting this morning, Middle East time, which is just in a few hours, the U.S. would begin guiding trapped ships out through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, here is what CENTCOM has to say. U.S. Central Command. Okay, they just posted about it. U.S. military supports launch of Project Freedom in Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command forces will begin supporting Project Freedom May 4th. It is currently May 4th in the Middle East to restore freedom of navigation. At least it's in Iran. It's in Iran and Israel. It's May 4th. They will begin to, U.S. Central Command forces will begin supporting Project Freedom May 4th to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Hey, this isn't even about rescuing ships. This isn't about rescuing ships. This is about restoring freedom to the Strait of Hormuz. Whoa. All right, hold on a second. All right. This is different from what President Trump said. This is about restoring freedom through the Strait of Hormuz. This is different than what Trump said. All right, hold on a moment here. Wow, breaking news. All right, hold on a second. Wow. Hold on a second. This is quite something. So President Trump had announced that Project Freedom was about getting trapped ships that were trapped. It was a humanitarian gesture. Just about 2 hours ago, President Trump announced this. He said, hey, we got this thing, Project Freedom, and we're going to use this Project Freedom thing is all about getting the trapped ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, okay? That's what he said. It's about the ships that are trapped. These trapped ships are going to leave, and no one's coming back until the area becomes safe for navigation. Well, CENTCOM, the military, just posted, and they said, yeah, we're going to support Project Freedom, but Project Freedom is about totally reopening the Strait of Hormuz. They didn't even say anything about trapped ships. They just said it's about opening up the Strait of Hormuz for commercial shipping. Wow. I mean, look at what they said. Project Freedom to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not about getting trapped ships out. The mission will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor. There's nothing about specifically getting trapped ships out. Seems like a big deal. The military is literally saying this is a new initiative we're starting with our military to open up the Strait of Hormuz with our military. U.S. military support will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. Now, they did say last week the U.S. Department of State announced a new initiative in partnership with the Department of War to enhance coordination and information sharing among international partners in support of maritime security in the Strait. The Maritime Freedom Construct aims to combine diplomatic action with military coordination, which will be critical during Project Freedom. So these are two very different pronunciations. President Trump said Project Freedom was just about getting the trapped ships out. This says Project Freedom is about restoring freedom of navigation for commercial shipping to the Strait of Hormuz. And it mentions ships that do trade. This is not about getting out trapped ships. I mean, if they did restore freedom to the Strait of Hormuz, the trapped ships could leave. That's true. Wow. This reminds me when President Trump initially had announced that there was a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and then CENTCOM came out and said it's a blockade of Iran, which was different than a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, now I'm really confused. Yeah, a five-star czar says 15,000 service members for trapped ships, huh? Yeah, again, this announcement is not about getting out the trapped ships. That would follow from what this announcement is saying that they're doing. So it appears that the U.S. military has just announced a major military undertaking to restore freedom of for navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry to respectfully disagree with people. This is not the same thing that Trump said. Trump clearly said it's about getting out the trapped ships and that's it. That is totally different from what this is saying. It is not the same thing. And that is clearly obvious if you actually read what the two announcements say. I'm sorry, they're not the same thing. That is obvious. Okay, one moment now. We got to change our headline. U.S. military announces new operation to open Strait of Hormuz. Because that's what just happened. That is what just happened. Now what I need to do is this. Give me a moment here. See if there's some reporting on this. I mean, this is a major new announcement. To me, it looks like a major new announcement. There it is. All right, one moment now. Pete Hegseth just reposted this announcement. Yeah, I think people are not yet realizing, a lot of people, what this announcement actually says and what it means. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Dashcam says, looks like going to war over the strait. Again, let's read this announcement from CENTCOM. U.S. Central Command Forces will begin supporting Project Freedom May 4th to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The mission directed by the President will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trades corridor. A quarter of the world's oil trade at sea and significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer products are transported through the strait. Our support for this defensive mission is essential to regional security and the global economy, as we also maintain the naval blockade. That is not them saying we're going to help guide ships out that are trapped. That's them saying we're going to open up the strait to ships that want to, commercial ships that want to go through the strait for shipping activity. U.S. military support to Project Freedom will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. And again, this is why, while the naval blockade is also going on. They say we also maintain the naval blockade. Battlefrog says defensive puts it in line with the Truth Post. I totally disagree. Hasn't the word defensive been used before today? I do not agree that the word defensive in itself means that this is only meant to apply to trapped ships and in no way meant to generally opening up the Strait of Hormuz, given that the first two paragraphs say it's about opening up the Strait of Hormuz to all commercial traffic. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. You know, it's not an attack on Trump to say the two things are different. Look what happened. Remember, Trump initially announced, he said, we're blockading the Strait of Hormuz, but that's not what would happen. And soon after he announced that, CENTCOM came out with an announcement, and CENTCOM said, we're blockading Iran. ships going to and from Iran. And you know what happened? What CENTCOM said was going to happen happened. That's exactly the case that happened with the blockade. Trump phrased it one way, CENTCOM phrased it a different way, and what happened is what CENTCOM said was going to happen. So I'm going to assume in this case the exact same thing is going to happen based on what happened already with the blockade. I didn't say Trump lied. Maybe he had a different understanding. Maybe the plans changed. I didn't say anything. All I said is the obvious fact that what Trump said is different than what this says. Now, if you want, you can, if you want to interpret things different ways than the obvious interpretation, you can twist yourself up into a knot, pulling out individual words. But I'm going to go on what the obvious interpretation would be, given the common understanding of the words and paragraphs actually posted. Now, hang on a moment here. Yeah, I don't know if some people are seeing it as somehow an attack on Trump or something to say that they say different things. I didn't attack anyone. I'm just telling you what they said. I feel like maybe people are being defensive and somehow seeing it as an attack on Trump personally if you say that they say two different things. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but I mean, I'm not going to deny that they say two different things because that's just obvious. I mean, come on now. President Trump has posted something about Rudy Giuliani. Here's what President Trump says about Rudy Giuliani, who is in the hospital in critical condition. He says, oops, now you can't see it. Our fabulous Rudy Giuliani, a true warrior and the best mayor in the history of New York City by far, has been hospitalized and is in critical condition. What a tragedy that he was treated so badly by the radical left lunatics, Democrats all. And he was right about everything, says Trump. They cheated on the elections, fabricated hundreds of stories, did everything possible to destroy our nation, and now look at Rudy, so sad. Okay, hold on a moment here. Again, I hope he recovers. Hey, by the way, thanks to Scott Bedwell for your support. I really appreciate it, Scott Bedwell. Thank you, Sir Racha. Sir Racha thinks that Trump's original post about Project Freedom He thinks it was written, Sir Raja thinks it was written by a large language model AI? Thank you, Sir Raja. Thank you to Mr. Eric B. for being a member. Thanks, Dope GGG, for your support. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot, the Wall Street Journal article I was talking about before was written before the CENTCOM announcement came out. So the CENTCOM announcement is different from the Wall Street Journal article because the Wall Street Journal article said Project Freedom wouldn't include Navy ships. But again, this hadn't been announced yet. So I'm going to wait and see what reporting is going to come out now that we have this official statement from CENTCOM, which certainly says, on the face of it says, that the U.S. military is undertaking an operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you also, Jeff Buddington. Thank you also, Content 13, who thinks if a country like England or France sends troops to the Gulf and their soldiers die, massive protests would call for the ouster of their leader. Right now, nothing about what CENTCOM posted suggests that any other country is involved in this Project Freedom initiative other than the U.S. military. But we'll see what is said. Thank you, Jeff TEPFCR, for your support. I appreciate it. Thank you also, Terpy Terps. Now, this doesn't specifically say escort vessels, but it says the military is going to be involved. So I don't know how exactly the military is going to do this, but it is a major military operation, it looks like, to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping for the Strait of Hormuz. Thanks, Stephen Briones, for your support. I appreciate it. Michael McIsaac, thanks for being a member. Stupid Thing, thanks for being a member. Ed Weeby, thanks for the gift membership. Wardy86, thanks for being a member. Jen Xer, thanks for your support. Jen Xer says, President Trump said if there was interference with Project Freedom, it would be met with force. Military force? I mean, I assume so. He said it would be forcefully dealt with forcefully. Although, again, President Trump initially posted about an operation to free trapped ships. This appears to have a much wider scope, what the military just announced. Thanks to also TechSlug. Thank you, TechSlug, for your support. Koa Goose for being a subscriber for subscribing on Twitch. And give me a moment here. Let's see what we can get for updates for you. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these newspapers, and I don't even see them reporting the CENTCOM statement yet. I mean, this again, the CENTCOM statement says something a lot more. Oh, hold on. Oh, President Trump might say something soon. President Trump, because I guess he's coming back to the White House. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Or is he coming back to the White House? Hold on. Where's this? Or if he's at I think he's at Joint Base Andrews. I will not have we'll see if he says something. I cannot use the footage of him at Joint Base Andrews, but he's arriving back at Joint Base Andrews. Although the White House press pool says the pool is gathering at the briefing room doors. Did he already get to Joint Base? Did he already get off the plane? I don't even know. Did he get off the plane already? Maybe he did. I'm looking at a live shot of his plane. The White House press pool says, Amy McKinnon of White House press pool says, the pool is gathering at the briefing room doors for the president's arrival, which is open press. So it sounds like he might speak when he gets back to the White House. All right, he's right now, I guess he's just now going down the stairs of Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews. So hang on a moment. But again, we may see him speak at the White House, President Trump. All right, I'm looking at him. Is he getting into the car? He has not talked to press at Joint Base Andrews yet. I'm looking at it right now. Yes, President Trump right now is getting on the helicopter, presidential helicopter. Okay? So we may see him in a short while speak at the White House because the White House press is gathering at the briefing room doors for his arrival. Hopefully I'll have video of that. Hang on a moment here. So President Trump is on the presidential helicopter and he's about to fly back to the White House. Marine One. So I'm hoping we will have him when he gets back to the White House. Hey, thanks to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Janet is moderating. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Haley Girl is moderating. I really appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I didn't even see this before. Louis R. gave 50 people memberships. I apologize, I did not see that. Louis R., that's very generous of you. Thanks so much, Louis R., for the memberships. 50 people got memberships from Louis R. Wow. That's really kind of you. Thanks again, Brian Beelman, for the memberships as well. Please thank someone if they gave you a gift membership or a gift subscription. I also want to thank, again, our moderators, Haley Girl, Ruth, Leslie Ladyhawk, Roberts May Queen, and Janet over on YouTube. They are moderating right now. And we have moderating on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. We have on Facebook, hang on a moment here, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks so much for moderating. Thanks Aaron Van Ness for subscribing as well, and Dolly Clark for subscribing. Thank you. On Facebook, and Iva Lynn Berry Speedell and Kristen McConnell Gates. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha for moderating on X. Thank you so much. Will we be hearing President Trump speaking at the White House? The White House pool is waiting for him to return to the White House. He's flying back right now. Can we see his Marine One on Flight Tracker or not? I don't even know. I'm looking at Joint Base Andrews on Flight Radar 24, and I don't see anything. Jeff thinks no. Let me just double check here. Check ADSB exchange. Where is it here? That's not it. Yeah, I do not see his helicopter on Flight Radar. But anyways, it's not a long trip from Joint Base Andrews to the White House. So we'll see if he has any commentary on all of this when he returns. Okay. Why is no one talking about the announcement from CENTCOM? What's going on? Why is no one talking about that? Let's clarify what's going on. No, Trump did not announce the same thing. So, again, to go over what's going on, President Trump, about 3 hours ago, announced an operation, well, it's called Project Freedom. And he said that the U.S. was going to guide, he said it's about the ships that are trapped by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. These ships that have been trapped for months during the war because the Strait of Hormuz closed and they couldn't get out. Just to show you on a map to remind you of the geography here that we're talking about. Right? Hold on a second here. just to remind you of the geography. So Iran here effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, and hundreds of ships were trapped in here in the Persian Gulf and maybe some of the Strait, and they couldn't get out because the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. So there's all these ships trapped in here. And President Trump announced that there was this new thing the U.S. was going to do, Project Freedom. And the whole point of Project Freedom, according to Trump, was to get these ships, the trapped ships, out. And he said that the U.S. was going to guide the ships out of the strait. Oopsie. Right? He said, fifth line, we have told these countries that have asked us to help with their ships that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Just the trapped ships, just the trapped ships. And many took this, the obvious interpretation is, oh, we're going to use our military to get the ships out, to escort the ships out. After this announcement came out, we started to see reports in places like Axios in the Wall Street Journal where U.S. officials were denying that there was going to be any kind of military escorts going on. And for example, the Wall Street Journal had reported that a senior U.S. official told them that there was not going to be any Navy escorts, and rather that this Operation Project Freedom was going to be a process through which countries, insurance companies, and shipping organizations can coordinate moving traffic through the strait, which was confusing to me because I was like, well, if it's not involving the U.S. military, then why is any ship going to feel safe enough to go through? And Axios had reported that they were told by U.S. officials that it would not necessarily include U.S. ships escorting commercial ships, but one official said that ships would be in the vicinity, U.S. ships, in case they needed to prevent Iran's military from attacking commercial ships in the strait. Anyway, so there was confusion over what exactly this whole Project Freedom is. But President Trump clearly said it's about getting the ships that are trapped, that have been trapped, out. But then the U.S. military CENTCOM posted, and at least on the face of it, said something very different. They did not at all specifically mention trapped ships. Instead, the U.S. military said that Project Freedom is an operation to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. And starting today, CENTCOM forces will begin supporting Project Freedom to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. They said the mission will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor. A quarter of the world's oil trade at sea and significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer products are transported through the strait. That's saying open up the Strait of Hormuz to ships that want to go in and out for shipping. There's nothing about trapped ships specifically in there. They call it a defensive mission, but that you could, I believe there may have been language calling it a defensive mission for the U.S. government, calling this whole war a defensive mission at some point. But regardless, them calling it a defensive mission does not mean that they're just talking about the trapped ships. And they say that U.S. military support for Project Freedom will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. And this is on top of the naval blockade. They say we also maintain the naval blockade. So this is a whole new thing. And on the face of it, it is a new U.S. military operation to open the Strait of Hormuz by force. That's what it says. That's what it says. Will we hear from President Trump when he gets back to the White House? We don't know yet. Oh, I'm supposed to get video from the White House in momentarily. Oh, no, not that one. Hopefully inside on the ground. So we do not know yet if President Trump will speak when he gets back to the White House in a question of minutes. But I will remind you, with the blockade, President Trump says it was a blockade, said it was a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. That's what he said. He said, we'll be blockading the Strait of Hormuz. And then what happened? CENTCOM came out with a statement and they said, we're going to blockade not the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to blockade Iran. Iran, not the Strait of Hormuz. Well, guess what happened? What CENTCOM said was going to happen of those two different things is what actually happened. So I think there's a decent chance that it's a similar occurrence here where CENTCOM says something different than the president, and what happens is what CENTCOM says. By the way, thank you to Sparky the Human for the members for being a member, and the Watcher for being a member. Thanks to Content 13, who said Trump is talking about a one-time event. Yes, President Trump was posting just about getting trapped ships out. Thank you, Israel Bishop, who says yes, it is currently it's now 3:22 a.m. Iran time. Thank you, Bob Canoe. Thank you, Bob. I am Charlie. Thank you, I am Charlie, for your support. And also Jeff TE88 PFCR. Yes, the blockade is a blockade on Iran. It is not a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. has specifically said that ships that are not going to and from Iran are allowed to go through the Strait of Hormuz, but they haven't been going through because Iran has been effectively closing the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you so much, Jeff TE88 PFCR. Again, I don't feel like the reporting has caught up to the CENTCOM announcement yet. I got to also check and see if we have any more statements from Iran about all this. But President Trump getting back to the White House soon. Will we get a comment from him? Oh, hold on a second here. Iranian state media, Fars news agency, which I believe is close to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Fars News just posted this. They posted a post from Mohammed Marandi, a political analyst. But again, it's being posted by state media. This political analyst, Mohammed Marandi, said no ships will be allowed to exit the Persian Gulf without permission from the Iranian armed forces. Only a fool would attempt to ignore an Iranian warning. So I want to post that. New post from Iran State Media Fars News, which is close to the Revolutionary Guard. Let me just keep an eye on... Oh, President Trump, when he landed at Joint Base Andrews, was asked about Iran, and he said, it is going very well. That's all he said at Joint Base Andrews. But he has not gotten back to the White House yet. So we don't know if he's going to say anything there. Oh, hold on a second. Do I have this? Hold on. Hold on. I gotta get the footage on the screen of Trump coming back home. Hold on. I have it here. Wait a second. Can I get it live for you? I see him. Wait a second. It's happening right now. I got it. There it is. Live at the White House. Is he going to say anything? Is he going to say anything? Is he going to say anything? Was he going to take questions? There is Trump. He is back. There is Donald Trump Jr. He waved. It doesn't look like he's taking questions. He did not take questions. No. All right. No, that happened. All right. Well, we tried. We got to see him walk off the helicopter. We did get to see that. Amir the Cricket says Morandi is IRGC propaganda. Well, given that the Revolutionary Guard reportedly is either running or has a huge say in what happens in Iran, I certainly think it's worth showing if the Iranian Revolutionary Guard affiliated news outlet posts a quote by somebody, because it suggests that could basically be a statement representing the views of the Iranian military. Thank you so much, Amir the Cricket. Let me get back here. Thank you, Matthew Felty. Yeah, Matthew asked about these missing soldiers in Morocco. This story's been out for about a day, where two U.S. military army personnel at a training exercise, a large training exercise in Morocco, the U.S. military is doing, uh, are missing. The Washington Post was told by a U.S. Department official that they may have fallen into the ocean on an evening walk. And the incident was not terrorism related. Yeah, I'll mention this. Thank you, Matthew Felty. Let me mention this. Hold on. Hang on, I'm going to show you what an article about this. Thanks for your patience. Okay, so just to mention this story. So here's the story. Some of you have heard about this. Matthew Felty mentioned this. Thank you, Matthew. Search underway for two U.S. soldiers missing in Morocco. Washington Post. The U.S. military was searching Sunday for two U.S. soldiers reported missing during an multinational training exercise in Morocco. The two U.S. Army personnel were at an annual training exercise called African Lion that includes some 10,000 people from 20 nations and is hosted by the U.S. and a North African nation. A U.S. Defense Department official speaking on the condition of anonymity told the Washington Post that the service members were last seen near sea cliffs and might have fallen into the ocean on an evening walk. The soldiers were not conducting training when they went missing, and the incident was not terrorism related, the official said. The two, according to U.S. Africa Command, the two were near the Cap Dra training area when they went missing. The U.S. and Moroccan personnel launched a search after the pair did not return to the exercises as expected. This remains an active search and rescue operation. I hope they're found. Here is the announcement from U.S. Africa Command. 2 U.S. service members participating in African Line 2026 were reported missing near the Cap Draw training area May 2nd. U.S., Moroccan, and other assets from African Line immediately initiated coordinated search and rescue operations. The incident remains under investigation. The search is ongoing. Our focus is on service members involved and their families. God is King says, sounds like the two went AWOL. I don't know. I hope they're okay. Knots Out says, maybe they don't want to be found. Pimcat says, sounds kind of sus. Thanks, Sausage. We already talked about that, and I posted it on social media. Yes, and I reposted. President Trump talked about it too. Yes, Rudy Giuliani spokesman says he's in critical condition in a hospital. As I said before, I hope he recovers. Thank you, Sausage419. I appreciate it. Also, Steve Schmidt, thank you for being a member. Jay Carlos, thanks for shouting out our moderators. Thank you so much, Jay Carlos. Thanks so much, BBG512, for the member. Gave 10 memberships. That's so nice of you. Thank you, BBG. Thank you again, Amir the Cricket. Angelina Knox, thanks for being a member. Kenny E80, thank you, Kenny. Donna Simmons says, I agree. The Trump announcement and the U.S. military announcement say different things. Would this be a breach of the ceasefire? Says Donna. She says, maybe very little reporting. Maybe they're as confused as we are. Thank you, Donna Simmons, for writing in. Oh, what's this? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. We may have more footage from the White House. Maybe? We're going to get more footage from the White House. One moment. One moment. There's supposed to be more footage coming from the White House. So I'm keeping an eye on it. President Trump might say something. All right, give me a moment here. As soon as I have the footage from the White House, I'm going to show you. It looks like there's going to be more footage. Oh no, that might be it. Now it's saying just fed. So maybe it's done. I don't know. I'm not aware that he's taken any questions. What is this? Give me a second here. Give me a second. We saw him walk in from the helicopter. We did see that. Yeah, there hasn't been. Oh, here. So this was moments ago. I have a little more footage of President Trump at the White House. This is moments ago. This is not live, and it's not him answering questions. But I missed that we had a little more footage of him at the White House. All right, here it is. Here's the footage of him from moments ago at the White House. think we just heard the helicopter take off that brought him back. Now he goes in. So no comments from President Trump when he got back to the White House that I'm aware of.
I think they were watching the watch.
Okay. If we do get any more footage from him, I'm not expecting any right now, but if we get any more, I'll let you know. By the way, oil price right now, it's very little change in oil since it opened down a bit, but right now it's very similar to what it was when it opened. WTI is about 102, Brent's about 108.5, and it's down a small amount, but pretty similar to when it opened. Hold on a moment here. Breaking update. I think we have an update here. Breaking news, a tanker has reported being attacked, and this would have been on May 3rd. Well, I don't know May 3rd what time, but new attack in the Strait of Hormuz. Another ship attacked. Let me show you here. This just in from UKMTO. Breaking news. You can't see it yet. Now you can see it. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 78 nautical miles north of Fujairah, that is in the Strait of Hormuz. A tanker has reported being hit by unknown projectiles. All crew reported safe. No environmental impact reported. So it says report date May 3rd. I don't know if that's local time because it's currently May 4th local time, even though it's May 3rd Eastern time. In the UK time, it's probably May 4th. UK time right now is 1:13 a.m. May 4th. So maybe it sounds like this was like several hours ago or something. That's the second attack reported today in the Strait of Hormuz. But this is, again, projectiles. It just was posted, just reported by UKMTO. And let me show you here. No, this is a different one. This is different. I would say that like 95% of the time somebody in the chat says it's old news, it's not old news. It literally got reported 3 minutes ago. Anyways, there was an earlier report today, earlier today, so there was 2 reports from UKMTO earlier today. Report from several ship masters in the Strait of, well, I think this is technically the strait or the western end of the strait here. The strait goes around here. Several masters in the vicinity of Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, said they had been directed via VHF broadcast to move from their anchorages. One report I saw said they had been told to move away from the strait into the Gulf, although I'm not sure about that. So that's interesting. And then, look at this though. This was earlier today as well. This was earlier today, report about 9 hours ago. This report came out from UKMTO that said there was an incident off the coast of Iran in the Strait of Hormuz where the master of a northbound bulk carrier has reported being attacked by multiple small craft. All crew reported safe and no environmental impact reported. Hey guys, I'm gonna start timing people out and banning people. I know sometimes when we're doing streams and there's breaking news, people come in and they get and just for whatever reason they get disrespectful. I'm just sick of it and I'm not gonna listen to it and I will ban you from the chat. Okay? I've really just you can talk about whatever views you want, but I'm not gonna take being disrespectful to me, to the mods, to each other. We don't do that in our chat. So if you want to get banned, just go ahead because I'll do it. I'll do it myself. I can tell it's one of those streams. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, hang on a moment. Okay, hang on a moment. So again, UKMTO has just reported 10 minutes ago on a newly reported attack in the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, this attack did not just happen. It did not just happen, the attack, but the news of it is new. This is just being reported by the UKMTO. A ship that was a tanker being hit by unknown projectiles in the Strait of Hormuz. So far in the last day, we've heard about 2 ships in the strait being attacked and a number of ships being told that they need to leave their anchorages. And I believe they were told that they needed to get away from the strait and move towards the Gulf. But I'd like to confirm that that's what they were told. Just to be clear, when I said that 95% of the time people post old news in the chat, it's not old news. I haven't actually done a survey, a detailed survey. So I cannot say that with confidence that it's 95% exactly. I don't know, but it is many times. I am still trying to get more reporting on what CENTCOM posted. It's really weird. President Trump said the U. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, see, the Wall Street Journal mentioned this, but they didn't mention that this seems like a very different thing than Trump was talking about. So confused. Again, long story short, President Trump posted several hours ago that the U.S. was going to guide trapped ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. It wasn't clear what he meant by that. The obvious interpretation would be like that the U.S. military would be guiding ships out by escorting them. Then several outlets reported that U.S. officials had told them that U.S. ships would not be doing any escorting. And then the CENTCOM came out and said this statement about Project Freedom, which is what President Trump had called what he announced. But this seems very different. This seems like a much wider operation. This doesn't specifically talk about trapped ships at all. It says that starting May 4th, which is May 4th in the Middle East now, the U.S. forces will begin supporting Project Freedom to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. It will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor. This doesn't sound like it's just about getting trapped ships out. This sounds like it's about opening up the Strait of Hormuz. And remember, when President Trump announced the blockade, he initially said it was a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. And then CENTCOM came out and said something different. CENTCOM came out, said it was a blockade on Iran itself. And it turned out that what CENTCOM said was true, and that it was a blockade on this on Iran itself and not on the Strait of Hormuz. So are we going to see, starting Monday, a major military operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz by force? And they said that this new operation will involve guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. And this is not the blockade. This is in addition to the blockade. 15,000 service members. Maverick in Mexico says, very confusing that Trump's statement and that of CENTCOM are normally different. Uh, Tehran thinks we are going back to war. What is going to happen in this military operation? All right, give me a moment here. Also want to keep an eye on what Iran is going to say about this. We just don't know right now what exactly this operation is going to involve. CNN reports a U.S. official told them this is not an escort mission. Okay? That is what CNN says. An official tells them that this is not an escort mission. A reminder, as we showed you yesterday, the head of the National Security Council, the head of the National Security and Foreign Policy Commission of the Iranian parliament, Ibrahim Azizi, said, any American interference in the new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. No one would believe blame game scenarios. And Fars News, which is affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard, state media, Fars News posted this, which was a comment from an Iranian political analyst. But again, this is being posted by Fars News, Iranian Revolutionary Guard affiliated media. And that quote was, no ships will be allowed to exit the Persian Gulf without permission from the Iranian armed forces. Only a fool would attempt to ignore an Iranian warning. Will U.S. ships be in the strait? I have no idea. Hey, thanks again, Jeff TE88PFCR. If I can find that post later, I'll show it. It's not the easiest thing to find old posts. I wish it were easier. Thanks also, Irreverent B. Thanks, Irreverent B. Also, Trippy0101. Yes, we already mentioned Rudy Giuliani a couple times, that he is in critical condition in the hospital. I hope he recovers. We mentioned that a couple times. Thank you, Trippy. And Fiona Diamond, thank you. Trump has not posted again about this after the military posted. He originally posted that the U.S. was going to guide trapped ships through the strait. But then multiple outlets said the U.S. officials said that that would not involve escorting ships. Fletch says, we all knew the strait was going to come down to this. It certainly seems like the U.S. could be about to try to open the Strait of Hormuz by force, whatever that involves. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. I don't know that we're going to see anything particularly revelatory on marine traffic at the moment. I can show you. I mean, you know, I would be surprised if we saw U.S. ships on there. Also, it's not morning yet. It's not morning. The U.S. said that it would start, well, President Trump said it would start on Monday morning. The military said it was going to start on May. It is May 4th there. Oopsie, what happened here? It is May 4th. Oops, now I just did that. It's interesting. These look like Iranian ships here. That's Iranian. That's Iranian. That's Iranian. These are all Iranian. That's Iranian. That's Iranian. It's a landing craft. What's this one? I don't even know. Oh, it's a tugboat. That's interesting. That's a tugboat, Iranian tugboat. This is, what is this? Vessel of unknown type. All of these look like they're Iranian, though. Iranian, Iranian, Iranian. That is not Iranian. That is a sailing vessel. India. fishing ship, Iranian. Golden Forest, cargo ship. Not moving, at anchor. Destination China, it says. Give me one moment here. I can show you the last 24 hours in the Strait of Hormuz. This is marinetraffic.com, the marine tracking and shipping analytics provider. I can show you the last 24 hours. Speed it up a bit. There have not been many ships moving through lately. Often there are days with a handful moving through. So it's not crazy to see a couple ships moving through the strait. But now I don't know which, I'll have to find out and see if I can get information about which ones were attacked. There were a couple of ships reported attacked today. Looks like maybe GJDs went into the strait, went into the Gulf. Normal day before the war, around 130 ships would go pass through the strait. That's certainly not 130, just a handful. Now, one of them was called GJDs appeared to go into the Persian Gulf. GJDs is an LPG chemical tanker. And it came from China, it looked like. Came from China. Now Iran is blockaded. The U.S. has said that ships cannot leave from Iran or go to Iran. Now, I don't know if this ship paid Iran a toll to go through, but it looked like it went through. It looked like it went through today. Certainly looked like it took the Iran-approved route, which goes around Larak Island. Hey, thanks, Jeff TE88PFCR. Jeff says it looks like Iran is getting out of the way. That's what Jeff says. Thanks also, Chandler Brown, for your support. I really appreciate it, Chandler Brown. Thank you. Naomi Rousseau, thanks on Twitch. Big Dog Gaming, thanks on Twitch. Tech Slug, thanks on Twitch. Not So Silent Blanker, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. But see, all these ships trapped in the Gulf, many of them have been trapped during the war and can't get out. So President Trump's initial announcement today said that the U.S. was going to guide trapped ships out through the Strait of Hormuz. And he called that Project Freedom. Then it was reported that wouldn't involve the military, so it was kind of confusing. Well, why would they leave if the U.S. military wasn't escorting ships? And then we got this announcement from CENTCOM, which said that they were starting a mission on May 4th to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, which suggests opening up the Strait of Hormuz and not just getting out trapped ships. Inevitable, our viewer says, for real this time? Almond, our viewer, says, remember when CENTCOM said it was starting a demining operation? Yes, as one of our viewers pointed out about a half hour ago, the White House called a lid. So President Trump is not expected to appear on camera tonight. Thanks for mentioning that. Donna Simmons said she thought Trump didn't look happy when he came back. And she says, will he fire Hegseth? He's going to blame someone for the mix-up. I don't know that there was a mix-up. I can't explain now why President Trump's statement seems to be talking about something different than CENTCOM's statement, but I don't know. I can't explain what the reason for that is. But the CENTCOM statement is the latest statement. But I mean, this clearly says that there's a huge new U.S. military operation involving guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. That's not a small operation, guys. And that's supposed to start May 4th, and it is May 4th in the Gulf right now, in the Middle East. What is multi-domain unmanned platforms? Is it like different kinds of drones? Sea and air, was it our viewer? Ground, sea, air? Drones? John Goyberg says, is 2 more weeks finally here? Simp Nasty says it's about to go down. I mean, it says 15,000 service members. 15,000 service members, guys. Irene S. says, could be a lie to confuse the enemy. Mones Man says Karg Island will be flat. Caviar says 2 carriers is just over 10,000. I don't know if, well, I think there are only 2 carriers in the region, and I don't know if any of them are involved in this. And remember, there's also a isn't a carrier involved in the blockade? I don't remember. Yeah, isn't the Abraham Lincoln involved in the blockade? So again, this is different than the blockade. Yeah, look, U.S. Central Command. This is from from a couple weeks ago. The Abraham Lincoln carrier is enforcing the naval blockade. Garnett Daly says U.S. is locked and loaded. Nashinas says sign off big escalation right before the ceasefire period ends. Well, now there's no end to that. President Trump has he announced an indefinite extension to the ceasefire, which I don't think Iran ever agreed to, but he announced it. He didn't put a deadline on it before. Thank you so much, Nashinas26, Roberts Mayqueen for being a member, Warcry for being a member, Wes Downer, thanks for being a member, Lola Page says something's got to give. Thanks, Lola Page, for being a member. Sydney thinks it may get ugly. Mongol Mama thinks that the Lincoln can be staging for both missions. It's very strange, the media coverage on this. As I've said before, the media coverage I'm seeing, it really focuses on Trump's announcement. And there's a lack of focus on this second announcement that was hours after Trump's announcement by CENTCOM, which suggests a much wider mission than Trump had suggested. And as I said, with the blockade, Trump said one thing, the CENTCOM said something that was different, and what CENTCOM said is what happened. So it's strange to me that there's such a lack of focus on what CENTCOM said. Knots Out says, I guess we'll see how it shakes out soon. Andrew says, you just never know. Ninja Baseball Batman thinks they are trying to whitewash a boots on the ground announcement. Our viewer Natasha Cat thinks it's a bluff. The Washington Post said referred to this statement and said about the CENTCOM saying it would support what it called Project Freedom to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The Washington Post said the statement left unclear what exactly that support would mean operationally. The statement left unclear what that support would mean operationally. According to the International Maritime Organization, more than 20,000 seafarers, by the way, are stranded on vessels unable to exit through the strait, says the Post. Gary Baines thinks supposed to keep things vague so the enemy doesn't take advantage of the announcement. So I'm checking some of the messages people have sent me as well. Oh, thanks to Wickedest Witch, who mentioned one of the viewers wanted to see Trump's initial post about the blockade before that happened. So back on, thanks Wickedest Witch for sending this in. Back on April 12th, remember? Well, was this April? Didn't the blockade begin before that? I don't know if this is the right post. But President Trump said, this is from April 12th, effective immediately, the United States Navy will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter and leave the Strait of Hormuz. And that's not actually what happened. It was a blockade on Iran, not the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, I have it. So after Trump posted this, then CENTCOM posted and said that U.S. Central Command forces will begin implementing a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports. And that's what ended up happening. Those are two different things. Sorry, I was just checking something here. Hey, thanks to Vlachy Guy for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Vlachy Guy, thank you. Also, Ron Lolordo. Thanks, Ron. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Jeff TA88, who says CENTCOM only says what Trump tells them to say. Yeah, I don't have an explanation for the differences between what CENTCOM says and Trump says. So I'm not sure how that ends up happening. Maybe they're all on the same page. Possibly, I don't know. But thank you so much, Jeff TA88 PFCR. And Roberts Mayqueen, our member. And Jen Tower mentioned to me that tankertrackers.com, which tracks tanker movements, sometimes they do it, I believe, by satellite and other sources. So even when you can't see the tankers on the on the tracking sites, they say that a tanker with Iranian crude oil 24 hours ago roughly entered a strait in Indonesia, and they say a second such tanker is doing the same. So these might be a couple ships that have made it past the blockade. I'm not sure. Yeah, they said an Iranian tanker carrying over 1.9 million barrels of crude managed to evade the Navy and reach the Far East. And they said that that ship had not been transiting, that it has not been transmitting a signal that you can track, an AIS signal, since March 20th. So it's certainly possible that, according to them, they seem to suggest that a couple of tankers have managed to evade the blockade, which is possible. That's tankertrackers.com. Oil is down a slight bit since trading opened up a few hours ago. WTI crude is around 101. Brent is around 107.5 from what I can see. So what is going, again, we just don't know what is going to happen here. It's this strange situation where Sunday evening we have this announcement of what looks like a major military operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz, involving, among other things, 15,000 service members, but it's totally unclear what this is going to actually involve. And it says it's supposed to start on May 4th, which is, it's already May 4th there. Thanks to Sasiad from Poland, who thinks it's only for Monday market manipulation. Maniac Method says, I doubt they're going to spill all the details. AFK Alien says, this is getting spicy. We will see. Miami Vice Fanatic said if the objective of Project Freedom is to reopen the strait, which is what this says, then President Trump should have said just that. Just to remind you what President Trump said. He said that he was talking about the ships that were trapped in the Strait of Hormuz, trapped within the Gulf because the Strait of Hormuz was closed. And he said that those ships that are trapped, he said the U.S. will guide these ships safely out of these restricted waterways. He said that this process, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning Middle East time. And he said Project Freedom is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. It's a humanitarian gesture. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. That's all this is about. It's the trapped ships. But that's not what CENTCOM was posting about. Doesn't look like. Thank you, Jeff TE88 PFCR, who says CENTCOM is an arm of President Trump. Again, I don't know how to explain the difference in the two. I don't know what happened there or what's going on, but they say different things. To me, they do. By the way, I just want to mention this. We talked about it earlier, but for people who didn't see, there was a United Airlines flight that hit a light pole and, I believe, a bakery truck on landing at Newark Airport today. As crazy as that sounds. You can see Reuters, a United Airlines aircraft struck a light pole on its descent into Newark International Airport today, causing damage to the post and to a tractor trailer traveling on a nearby highway, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey said. While on approach, the United Airlines Flight 169 struck a light pole on the New Jersey Turnpike around 2 p.m., according to the FAA. It was traveling from Venice, Italy. The Port Authority said no injuries were reported on the plane while minor damage to the aircraft was observed. The tractor-trailer driver was taken to the hospital with minor injuries and has since been released. I will post a video. I posted it on my X account, but I'll post a link to it in the chat that B&O News posted that appears to show the driver of a bakery truck in the car, in his truck when it got hit. I'm posting that link right now, and I have posted it on Lookner at X, at Lookner on X. And it was reported by, I also saw a story from ABC 7 News WJLA, which had a story in which an official from H&S Bakery said that one of their bakery trucks was the wheel of the plane hit the driver's window of the truck. Jen Henneke says, glad he's okay. It's crazy. How did that happen? How did a plane hit a light pole and a bakery truck? A United Airlines plane. Regarding back to the Iran war, it's interesting that Iran has reportedly attacked it looks like Iran has attacked two different ships in the Strait in the last day. A tanker was reported being hit by unknown projectiles, and another ship in the last day reported being attacked by multiple small craft. So why is Iran doing these attacks in the last day? Baby Doc says, gotta pay the troll toll. Russ Lane says, the United Airlines clip was a near catastrophe. Yeah, it seems like that situation could have been much worse. Very strange situation. It's so weird. Guys, this is a major military operation. 15,000 service members. What's going on? I think because it's Sunday night, there's like not a lot of reporting on it. It's crazy. This is a big story. And I think as Trump posted before, people are just equating this with the Trump post. The Wall Street Journal says currently Iran is charging tolls of around $2 million a ship to go through the strait. I don't think CENTCOM posts this stuff like this just to do it when they have no intention of actually doing anything. Still rocking the 80s thinks this will be the new non-war. Patrick thinks the war has officially restarted. Darth Tater says, I think people are getting tired of Trump posts on Sunday evening or Monday morning that turn out to not be 100% true. The thing is, this is a CENTCOM post, though. This isn't just a Trump post. This is a CENTCOM post. Again, Trump said that the operation was about only getting the trapped ships out. This post says nothing about trapped ships and says the operation is to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Lolly Lollipop says, I wish Trump would not comment until after the CENTCOM announcements. Thank you, Nashinas. Nashinas thinks a lack of coverage of this news is the lack of trust of Trump's words. And again, I'll just say again, but they are covering Trump stuff. What's happening here is they're not covering the CENTCOM announcement. Thanks also, Jeff TE88. I really appreciate all of your support. Jeff TE88 PFCR. I do not know. It's not clear what they say they're going to do. How exactly are they going to support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor? How exactly are they going to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz? Doesn't specifically say. Sean Stiers thinks that Trump, it is so they can continue the war with new name as a humanitarian mission. That's what Sean says. Although this announcement doesn't say humanitarian. Trump said that. This doesn't. This says defensive mission. The one and only says, I would believe the military. I'm actually going to post a different screenshot of that press release. Oops. I changed it to that screenshot. It's the same statement with a headline on it. Just Joanne says, call the war by another name so Trump can bypass Congress again. Remember, the White House said a few days ago they claimed that hostilities had stopped with the ceasefire, and therefore the 60-day deadline to get congressional approval called for the war called for by the War Powers Resolution law. They said it doesn't apply anymore because the hostilities have stopped. The one and only thinks it's huge. I got to put some food in the air fryer soon. Schedule's all messed up today. I didn't anticipate coming on at this time, but I mean, I just think it's such big news. Again, we're in the 10th week of this war, by the way. 10 weeks. Thank you, Lou Jane. Yeah, Lou Jane, I gave I went over a little earlier all of the UK MTO reports of what's been going on in the past day. They report that 2 ships were attacked in the last day, and also that a number of ships in the strait were told to, on a VHF broadcast, to move from their anchorages. And just an update on that one. Where is this? Yeah, I was a little confused by this one, by this UK MTO advisory from earlier today, where they said that several ships, this would be the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz, had been told to move from their anchorages. I assume they were told to move into the Gulf, which would be to the west, because if they move this way, they'd be going further into the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know why they were told this. That would be my assumption of what they were told. It's not totally clear from the report. Thank you, Lou Jane. No, I presume it was Iran who told them that. That would be the assumption is that, I don't know for sure. I would assume that was Iran who told them that. Garcia Jose says, this looks crazy. How would they do that? Bring in helicopters? But remember, I mean, this really reminds me of the blockade. Trump announced the blockade on Truth Social, and then a short while later, the CENTCOM made an announcement about it, which was a bit different than what Trump said. And then the blockade started happening like CENTCOM said it would happen. And so this reminds me just of that situation. Trump makes an announcement of some new military operation. A short while later, CENTCOM announces it. It's a bit different in the CENTCOM announcement. So if it's the same as the blockade, then I expect to see this happening. I'm going to take, I think, 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. What's going to happen today? What is going to happen today? Is basically Trump saying we just need to free up the strait by force? Inevitable thinks nothing's going to happen today? I remember the blockade. Once CENTCOM announced the blockade, it got put into effect pretty quickly. Yum Bites says Strait of America coming soon. Hey, by the way, quick shout out to our moderators. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate it. She is over there on YouTube. Also, our Facebook moderators. Like K. Larry Body, thanks for moderating. Thanks Diane Allworth and Barry Eisler for subscribing. And Dolly Clark, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson moderating as well. Andrea Holder, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And on Twitch, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. Big thanks. Also, thanks to TechSlug. TechSlug said, for your support on Twitch. TechSlug says, remember the news blackout for the downed aviators. Might possibly the administration have asked for a quiet because they're actually planning on taking action. I mean, it's an interesting point. Some of our viewers have also said they're not going to say what they're going to do. But could there be big doings going on? That, I mean, remember the blockade was announced, and then we started hearing about ships getting turned back. Could we start hearing about military actions happening today? They could be going on right now. It's almost 5 a.m. on May 4th there. It's an interesting thought, TechSlug. Thanks, Mr. Mac, for subscribing on Twitch. Let me take 5 minutes. We're going to keep an eye out for things. I need 5 minutes to put my food in the air fryer. Okay, so I am going to take just 5 minutes, put the food in the air fryer. We're keeping an eye on things. Is stuff going to happen? It's May 4th there. Now, what is going to happen today? Anything? Are we going to see some military action today? Are we going to see military action today related to this Project Freedom? All right. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. No, we're not actually ending yet. We're not ending. The stream is going strong, but I pressed the wrong button. So it looked like we were ending. No. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I am making some food. And we are here live. President Trump a few hours ago, and I'm hearing two of me. President Trump a few hours ago announced a U.S. military operation to guide trapped ships that have been trapped by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz out through the Strait of Hormuz. Then multiple outlets reported that U.S. officials said, well, that may sound like an escort operation, but the U.S. is not actually going to escort any ships. So that was kind of confusing, what Trump's operation was. But then CENTCOM, the U.S. military, announced that Project Freedom, which is the same name that Trump would use for what he said the operation was going to be, they said they are starting Project Freedom not to guide trapped ships out of the strait, but to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, period. To open up the Strait of Hormuz. And they said this will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. And this is apart from the blockade. This is in addition to the blockade. So what's going on? And they say it's going to start on May 4th. Well, it's already May 4th. So I don't know what's going on. Seems like a big story to me. Seems like a big story to me. I think it's being grossly undercovered. And a lot of the coverage is acting like the CENTCOM didn't actually say anything different from Trump when they clearly did. The Boys thinks this isn't adding up. Soapy Jones thinks it's all BS. It's already May 4th there, by the way. Patricia Grace says, I told you Trump was going to play with the Lore Powers resolution. Sarcasm says, and they usually waste no time. Why would they tell us, says Brian Beelman? So no specifics here. But, I mean, there's an interesting question of, why do they mention it at all? But, one reason you'd mention it if it's going to be a big operation, and you're not going to be able to deny it when it happens. Like, with the blockade, it would have been pretty clear they were doing a blockade if they started started boarding ships and diverting ships without announcing it. Cliff Peath says, I think it's a go-ahead, make my day kind of project. Mo thinks if the U.S. attacks, then Israel will as well. And they won't stop at the outskirts of Iran. They will hit targets inside Iran. Hoopsball thinks something big is about to happen. Give me a moment. Give me about 15 seconds. So in a couple minutes, I'm going to eat, but we're going to keep the stream going. Bluesy Girl says the president has given them enough time. We'll do a poll later. We already did one. We'll do one later when I come back from eating. Twitch thinks every time Trump says the strait is open, tankers get attacked. Ruth says strange, two different reports from high authority. Now they certainly have similarities, the statements, but they're very different in important ways. Z Lion says we'll see what happens in the coming hours. Gary O says get ready, something big is going to happen. Snarf says always with the drama. Why is there nothing on this about the news channels? I have two theories. First of all, it's Sunday night. Second of all, again, I just think people saw Trump's announcement and they conflated his announcement with this. I think it's being tremendously undercovered. By the way, thanks to Let Us Be Real from New Zealand, who says, in war, truth is the first casualty, said Aeschylus. Thank you so much, Let Us Be Real, for your support. Thanks, Static X, for subscribing on Twitch. All right, so what we're going to do... I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. But from what they've written suggests that there's a major U.S. military operation to open the Strait of Hormuz that's starting today. That's what they wrote. Now, maybe they meant to express something else, but I'm just telling you what they wrote. Thank you, Ann Ryan. Ann Ryan says, I think this was made in response to Iran's deal. You mean in response to the negotiations? President Trump did say there's still negotiations going on. Thank you so much, Ann Ryan. And Joseph SAI2HT. Thanks for being a member. All right, so let me go eat. I'm going to leave the stream on. I'm going to keep an eye on things. If something happens while I'm eating, I'll rush back in here and stop eating. Otherwise, I'll come back after I eat. Thanks, Jojo I Am, for the memberships. That's so nice of you. Jojo I Am, thank you. Very kind of you. I'm going to leave. You know, one of our viewers, Gary Baines, says, I think it was a clever way to announce a major war operation. It very well could be. This could be the way they announce a major war operation. I don't know for sure. But for some reason, I feel like people are not giving it the due attention, given that significant possibility. All right, so let me eat, and I'm going to keep an eye on things. If there's huge news while I'm eating, I'll stop eating and come back. Otherwise, I'm going to come back after I eat. All right. I will be back in a little bit after I eat. Thanks again to all of our mods, too. Okay, we are back. Thanks for your patience. And also thanks to Samuel Thomas Engardio for your support. So what is going to be happening? It's 6:04 a.m. Iran time on May 4th, guys. It is May 4th there. Oil price, by the way, right now that I'm seeing is oil is basically even for the day. It's around close to 102 WTI and around 108 Brent. Really roughly even for the day. So President Trump and then CENTCOM have both announced a new operation today. What is going to happen? Let's go over that. Let's go over that. Maybe we'll start by showing you the Trump announcement again. Oopsie. There it is. Let's talk about this. So, you know what? I need about 10 seconds. Give me about 10 seconds. I'm coming back in 10 seconds. Okay, thank you. Now, President Trump announced earlier today this. He said, countries from all over the world, almost of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships, which are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz. So he's presumably referring to the ships here. Look, here's the Strait of Hormuz. There. Everything in here. All these ships in the Persian Gulf here. Not all, most of them, I believe. Many hundreds of ships cannot get out because they can't go through the Strait of Hormuz, and they've been trapped in here for months. That's what he's talking about. Okay. Now, he says they are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways. Again, we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business. Now, that certainly sounds like military escorts, but apparently it's not. Well, we don't know. But that's what it sounded like initially. He said these ships are from areas of the world that are not in any way involved with what is currently taking place in the Middle East. I've told my representatives to inform them that we will use best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be returning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, will begin Monday morning Middle East time. Hey, you know what time it is? It's Monday morning Middle East time. It's 6:09 a.m. Iran time. See the clock up there? So it is Monday morning Middle East time. Hold on a moment here. He said, I am fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran, he says, and that these discussions could lead to something very positive for all. The ship movement is merely meant to free up people, companies, and countries that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture on behalf of the U.S., Middle Eastern countries, but in particular, the country of Iran. Many of these ships are running low on food and everything else necessary for large-scale crews to stay on board in a healthy and sanitary manner. I think it would go a long way in showing goodwill on behalf of those who have been fighting so strenuously over the last number of months. If in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, this interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcefully. So this is all about these trapped ships that have been trapped there for months, a humanitarian operation to get them out, to guide them to safety. That's what this is about. Okay. After this was posted, multiple news outlets like Axios and the Wall Street Journal said they had talked to U.S. officials who said, actually, this is not going to be escorting. This is not going to involve U.S. military escorts of ships out of the strait. Then you might wonder, well, why would they leave if they're not going to get military escorts? I don't know, but that was reported. But then this happened. Then CENTCOM, U.S. military, CENTCOM is responsible for the Middle Eastern region. CENTCOM posted this. U.S. military supports launch of Project Freedom in the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, President Trump said Project Freedom was about only freeing those trapped ships, a humanitarian effort. But look what CENTCOM said. CENTCOM said U.S. Central Command forces will begin supporting Project Freedom May 4th to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. That's a different goal than just getting the trapped ships out. This says that Project Freedom's going to restore the freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The mission, directed by the president, will support merchant vessels seeking to freely transit through the essential international trade corridor. A quarter of the world's trade at sea and significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer products are transported through the strait. So this doesn't seem to be about getting the trapped ships out. This is about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Completely. Our support for this defensive, they call it a defensive mission, is essential to regional security and the global economy as we also maintain the naval blockade. So this is in addition to the naval blockade, said the CENTCOM commander. Last week, the U.S. Department of State announced a new initiative in partnership with the Department of War to enhance coordination and information sharing among international partners in support of maritime safety and security in the Strait. The maritime freedom construct aims to combine diplomatic action with military coordination, which will be critical during Project Freedom. U.S. military support to Project Freedom will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. Now, this certainly seems like a lot more than just getting out the trapped ships. This doesn't even talk about trapped ships. And I will remind you, as I've been saying, back when Trump announced the naval blockade, he announced it as a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Then, after he made that announcement, CENTCOM came out and said it's a blockade on Iran, which is different than the Strait of Hormuz. And it turned out that it was a blockade on Iran, like CENTCOM said. So, what is happening? They say May 4th. President Trump says May 4th, Middle East morning time. It is currently 6:15 a.m. Iran time on May 4th. So what is going to happen? And just to check here, let's look at the marine traffic. Oops. Let's look at the last 4 or 5 hours in the Strait of Hormuz on a marine traffic here. Let's go back to about 5 hours. All right, this is the last probably 6-7 hours. Now, ships have been moving. A handful of ships have been moving moving through on a lot of days. So I don't know if any of the ship movement in the last few hours is related to what President Trump talked about. I assume if you see a ship and it's going through the strait, but it's going near Larak Island, that means it's doing what Iran wanted it to do. All right, so now we're looking at the last few hours before now. I don't see anything going through the middle yet. I mean, again, I see that ship Yekta going around Larak Island, but presumably that's something they're doing with Iran's permission. I see a ship called Hashem moving towards the strait. And Daniel Daryanavard. But again, those ships might have Iran's permission to go through. I'm not sure. You know, what you'd be looking for is ships on the left side, on the western side, going through that, because that's what going to be the ships that escape are escaping are coming from that would be coming from the left side. I feel like this is going more slowly than, no, I have the speed up. You can see the clock on the bottom. You know what happened? I'm sorry. I know what happened. I messed up. I bet I thought I was showing you the last 24 hours, right? But it's going so slowly. I bet I messed up with the dates. Let's see. I bet I did. Let's try this again. Playback. I think I left it on last 7 days. Oh no, I'm so stupid. All right, let's try this again. That made no sense. This will go faster now. All right, I apologize. All right, now it's going normal. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Here we go. We have fixed it. This is the last 6 hours. Now it's going at the speed. Okay, last few hours before the blockade. I was like, why is it going so slowly? Okay, this is now the last. You can see the timeline on the bottom. Okay, so there are a couple ships moving towards. You can see a few ships on the left moving towards the strait. So there's this one blue navigator. What is that? Blue navigator, new gas. But again, any of these ships might have permission from Iran. For all you know, they paid a ransom to Iran or a toll to Iran to go through. So just the last few hours, again, let's keep an eye on the left. We see a few ships here going towards the strait. I don't know if they're going to go through. Some of them disappear for whatever that's worth. Eldana and Blue Navigator. Let's look up those two. Eldana is a landing craft, an Oman landing craft. Not even a 74 meters long. It's not a tanker. Then there's also, hold on. Blue Navigator. Blue Navigator has a Chinese owner and crew. That was moving towards the strait. That is a cable layer. That's a cable layer. I don't know how much of its past track we can observe. Not much. So I don't know if that's been stuck or not. So, I mean, obviously, if you suddenly saw a huge amount of ships from the west start going through the strait, you might think, whoa, there's some kind of new thing going on. I don't see that happening yet, but we'll have to see, we'll have to wait in the coming hours to see what happens. Again, this is going to be the last 6 hours or so. And these ships were already out here. So we see a few ships here moving towards the strait. I didn't turn the speed up. Now there's the speed. I sped it way up. Vance Might says, what brave ship will be the first to cross? Well, ships have been crossing with Iranian permission. Will any ship try to go through without Iran's permission? Some of our viewers are talking about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is over 80,000 right now. It's gone up. It was at about, where am I here? Looks like in the last few hours, it's gone up from about 78,500 to over 80,000. I don't know why. Is it based on this news? I don't know. Jesse James thinks something is going to happen. Hang on a moment here. One moment, please. Ammo for Days says, let's get it on. AZ Intel says, according to a local scanner account, there were at least nine victims at a shooting at a campground in Edmond, Oklahoma. I don't have more details about that. I'll have to see if I can find anything. Here it is. It says here, alert page. Right here. Look at what alert page says. Alert page says, who I follow, Edmond, Oklahoma, multi-victim shooting. At least 5 victims from a shooting in multiple locations of the campground. Officers already on scene with the patients. Yeah, I don't have details on that right now, so I'll have to keep an eye out. There is a scanner, but I don't know that there's anything on the scanner. I'll have to listen to it here. I don't necessarily want to put the scanner on unless I think it's going to be a lot of new news, because otherwise you're just listening to a scanner that's unrelated on a topic that's not the topic we're primarily covering. Alert page says, by the way, alert page says, starting a couple minutes ago, starting transport of victims, at least 6 total at this time, with 2 in critical condition. What I'll do is I'll pull up the scanner just for a moment to see what we see about it, just to have it. What I'll do is I'll put it on this way. And then I'll put on the screen what we're
Truck
listening
one's
to.
responding.
Whoa, why is it only...
Truck responding, this is possibly going to be related to the shooting.
This is, sorry.
Can you go to attack 1 for me real quick? Squad 2 Devin, Squad 2's available.
Squad 2 available.
Somebody turning off that call.
Truck one's clear on information. Truck one's going to be moving over to fire round 1.
Truck 1 on fire ground 1.
Staging command.
All right, so I don't know. We'll leave the scanner on for a moment. It'll be difficult to cover the war while we're covering the scanner.
Got their personnel back. Our equipment
we have
set.
the scanner on.
You want us to go back in service?
I'll check it for a moment and see what we hear.
Thank you. Rescue 5. Rescue 5 clear.
Truck 1, admin.
Rescue 5, you're available. You're advising you're available.
549, we're almost up there. We contacted that Oldsmobile on the way up, and we have 2 detained out of that car.
Truck 1, admin.
Admin, go ahead.
6-5 and late.
Go ahead.
Truck. Admin, did they give us a location of the patient?
298, as long has been returned.
10-4. Possibly going to be walking outside of the grocery doors.
663 to 578.
Truck 1's clear. Do we have a PD unit responding with us?
Good.
Negative, we'll get them
We've got
started.
that white Oldsmobile stop. We've got 2 detained. What would you want me to do with them?
Edmond is about...
You can actually bring them up here, or...
Edmond is north of
essentially
Oklahoma
follow
City.
them up here and meet me at the front, and then I'll have you guys kind of stand here with any witnesses that come.
Maybe like 10, 15 miles north of
What's your
Oklahoma
20?
City.
I'm at the entrance to the park. Clear, we're down at 15th and Air Depot.
Yeah, you might hear things on the scanner that are not about this incident. It's not an incident scanner. It's the county scanner.
Hey, 663, actually, if you want to take them, go all the way down to Spring Creek, that big parking lot down there, and we'll send all witnesses that have good information down there.
10-4.
549, 578, I'm clear on that. We'll send witnesses all the way to Spring Creek Park. Yeah, perfect. Just make sure I get an officer down there before we send anybody. 663, if that can be you guys.
I would just like to get a little information.
10-4, we'll take these 2, have them go down to Spring Creek Park, and we'll be stationed there.
But I don't want
I've got an OCPD unit up here. He can assist with scene security with witnesses at Spring Creek. Do you want it by the boat dogs?
Truck 1.
No, just right inside the park, right in the front. There
Truck
should be
one.
a giant parking lot there still.
We're getting a PD unit en route. They're advising that it's possibly a male and a female. 617, can you bring that to Walmart, West I-35 frontage road, possibly related, bleeding covered in blood, possible gunshot wound. There's a black male with
Clear. Male,
with
female
gun
in the
and
clothing
related
section.
to suspect
Covered in
they were
blood.
involved in the shooting.
And route for second, 935. 398 will be a route back, 15th and Burn.
Okay.
Yeah, they're talking about possible shooting victims on the scanner.
.500 to 503.
Unit 6 to 578. 373 on B. Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Are you at the gate? Yes, sir. I'm walking up to you now. I just heard what sounded like gunshots somewhere around 35 area.
Clear possible gunshots, 33rd and I-35.
33rd and I-35
right
possible
that way,
gunshots, they said.
10-4.
Horse also.
617-398. They initially ran into the bathroom. They're now walking through the store. Last seen walking towards the grocery side. It's going to be a black male with a white tank top, gray shorts, and a black female with jean shorts and a gray hoodie.
Clear. 97.
Clear. There's also going to be another subject, black male, white shirt, gray sweatpants.
Truck 1 on scene.
Truck 1 on scene.
Are any of those matching any suspects?
The black male threads matches the physical description. He's rocking a white tank top. The description we got for him was a black tank top. Not sure if it's the same one.
Sure.
Unit 4, out of the way.
Okay.
391, same.
Okay.
Truck 1 to Edmond. Did you have traffic?
Hey, from advising Coffer EMS is en route.
Yeah, we're listening. There's been some sort of shooting with multiple victims in Edmond, Oklahoma. So we're just checking the scanner for a second to see if we can find out more.
Frank 732 to 663, we're headed your way. Negative,
Reportedly-
stay there, I'll meet you there and go back to Spring Creek.
At a campground.
Three 584. Headed downstairs now from dispatch.
Six 17, I'm out with them in Walmart.
Clear. Truck 1.
Truck 1.
I have an officer out with him now. Do you see him?
611 every day.
Truck 1 to
area.
Edmond.
33rd, not
Truck 1 outpatient. 10-4.
33rd, Bravo.
Truck 1 to Edmond.
Truck 1.
Truck 1, excuse me. Edmond, you can cancel Pafford. Nobody injured here.
Clear.
You know, AZ Intel posted I guess an earlier transmission from the scanner where an officer was saying around...
being canceled by IMSA. Can you see if they can stage an area for us?
Sorry, AZ Intel posted I've seen this posted elsewhere too. This it's a clip from earlier from the scanner where it sounded like an officer said something like around 15 gunshot victims. I don't know that that's the case. I mean, sometimes numbers happen on the scanner and they end up being wrong. So, you know, we'll just have to see what it ends up being. But I don't have any confirmed numbers from law enforcement. I don't even know what the situation with this was, how this all happened and what's going on. So, again, apparently this happened at a campground in Edmond, Oklahoma.
Force 1 Edmond, I'll be on 97.
Truck 1's available. Return primary channel.
Clear. Clear.
Squad 2 to Edmund. Squad 2 is available.
Clear.
461, I'm going to go east on 33rd.
No, I didn't sign in.
Clear.
461, I'm going to go east on 33rd.
Clear, I'll check west.
Yeah, I've seen nothing about the circumstances in terms of,
6-4 is going 97, coming from the west.
one shooter, multiple shooters. Was it a fight? Was it a random shooting? I have no idea. Alert Page, who I think is really reliable, said that about 14 minutes ago, starting transport of victims, at least 6 total at this time, with 2 in critical condition.
358 I'm 97 out here.
10-4.
From today on the radio, I'll be checking on East 33rd.
Okay.
KOCO says big law enforcement presence near Arcadia Lake. Yeah, so if you look at the map here, oops. There's Arcadia Lake in Edmond. There's Edmond right there. I'll go. I guess the lake maybe isn't in Edmond, but that's the lake.
Guys, 503 Beaufort is going to stage you.
Clear, Pepper Station. Thank you.
Good.
I'm kind of, if you need me.
We'll wait a couple more minutes more. Again, I don't know. I want to go back to the war coverage, but we'll just wait a couple more minutes more and see if we get any more information.
Unit 7's out of the station.
10-4.
Frank 727, 97 at Presby.
Clear.
Yeah, 611 Edmond, I'll be 98 and have contact. I'll continue checking in service.
10-4.
And I believe there's a
1 Edmond, I'll be staying traffic.
scanner where the active
10-4.
investigation is on. This is okay. This is not the. There's a tactical scanner.
644, Evan.
Good.
Do we have a Delta unit that's out at Integris yet?
I can't remember what to call it. My brain is not working. But there's a scanner we don't have an access to, where I think there's probably a lot more. I guarantee you there's a lot more activity on that scanner.
I spoke with detective supervisors. There's no detectives at Integris yet. They're all meeting at the park.
Encrypted, that's right. As
Okay,
Great
clear.
Cornholio
I have a
says
phone over
encrypted.
here that possibly has video of the incident.
Ooh, somebody said they
678, I'll be on
possible
97,
video of
76.
the incident. Somebody has.
Okay.
10-4.
445, I'm 50th and I-35 right now. I can go over to Integris.
10-4.
Hey, 445. Good. When you come into Integris, I have a female back here that's got some video, and she's giving me one of the people that was involved with the fight that started all this.
There was a fight that started all this on the scanner.
You out there?
There you go. We just heard it. Hear that, guys? with a witness who had video of the incident.
445 97 Tigers.
What was the exact thing he said?
One of the people that was involved with the fight that started all this.
And she identified one of the people involved with the fight that started all this. Okay? Multiple people have reportedly been shot in this incident.
6-5, we don't want to be. Good. 298, need a contact.
Okay, I'm going to go away to this for now. We're going to get back to the. I'm going to turn the scanner off. We'll get some. I'll try to get updates for you. I want to get back to the war stuff. But again, we just heard on the scanner that an officer said he was with somebody who had video of the incident and had given us one of the people. I assume that means identified one of the people involved with the fight that started all this. So it sounds from that like this came out of some sort of fight in Edmond, Oklahoma. Now that's not confirmed. That's not confirmed. It's just we heard it on the scanner, so perhaps that's what happened. Okay. When I hear more, I will let you know. But I can't have the scanner on and be doing coverage of the war. I can't cover both because if the scanner's on, it's going to be all we hear. Hey guys, I've said it again. If you can't be respectful in the chat, I'm going to time you out or I'm going to hide you from the chat. All right? It's not a hard thing to do to not be disrespectful in the chat to anyone. But if you are, we're just going to time you out for a long time or hide you. It's not hard. Hang on. All right, let's see if we can get any updated information about what this military operation that is supposedly beginning now. I mean, it's almost 7 a.m. Iran time. President Trump said it was starting Monday morning Iran, Middle East time. What is the nature of this? Do you get any more details of it? Jerry M says probably 8 a.m. It's so weird. Maverick in Mexico says the clock is ticking for Trump to take action. Only One Trophy says still baffled by the CENTCOM statement I see, the one on the screen. It's so weird when I look at different articles about this. They don't even really mention the CENTCOM statement, which is quite different to me than Trump's statement and came after Trump's statement. The reporting on it all basically says, hey, Trump says the U.S. is going to get the trapped ships out, and CENTCOM said they're going to help with that. But that's not what CENTCOM said. CENTCOM said it's beginning an operation to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. It didn't even specifically mention trapped ships. William Runner says, is there a specific time when the escort's supposed to take place? No escorts have actually been announced. There's been no specific escorts announced. This doesn't say exactly what they're going to do. It says 15,000 service members will be involved, and guided missile destroyers and over 100 land and sea-based aircraft and multi-domain unmanned platforms. Danny G says very unclear. Check a couple other things here. Oh, I did notice something here. Hold on a second here. So ABC News is reporting, this is something different, but it's about the war. That ship, the Tuska, remember the cargo ship, the Iranian cargo ship that the U.S. fired on and they blew out the engine room and then they stopped the ship? That ship has been transferred to Pakistan for repatriation to Iran along with its crew, according to U.S. Central Command. There's nothing in the report about what was on the ship, if anything, what was found on the ship. So the report again is that the Iranian ship that U.S. forces fired on and seized has been transferred to Pakistan for repatriation with Iran along with its crew. That's according, ABC News said that CENTCOM told them that. And I don't see any information in that report about what was on the ship. That was the Tuska, right? Yeah, the Tuska. Cliff says in its cargo, the ABC News story did not say anything about the cargo, about what was inside. Vibe Trading said unverified reports of precursors for missiles. There were some unverified reports saying that it was thought that perhaps the ship had certain dual use items on it, but I don't know if those reports were true. I think they were reports based upon where the ports the ships had been before then. Yes, Vibe Trading. Thanks, Vibe Trading. We did talk about reports like that before, but again, they weren't. They were just they seemed. They were certainly not. They were unverified reports, as you said, and it wasn't clear whether they were true or not. Code Digital says maybe some contraband. That was this ship here. Remember this? Remember this? This was a couple weeks ago. U.S. forces disable vessel attempting to enter Iranian port, violate blockade. Iranian flagged cargo vessel. They said after the Tuska failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period, USS Spruance directed the vessel to evacuate its engine room. Spruance disabled Tuska's propulsion by firing several rounds into its engine room. Then Marines boarded the ship and seized it.
Motor Vessel Toska. Motor Vessel Toska. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting
So that's the ship. Well, the ship has now been given to Pakistan, and it's going to end up back in Iran. Maverick thinks if anything illegal was found on the ship, the U.S. wouldn't just return it to Iran. That I don't know. One of our viewers, P51, said the sun is up and nothing is going on. It is 7:01 a.m. Iran time. The viewer had asked about flight radar. I don't know that there's anything going on that different than before. I mean, who knows? I mean, in terms of what we can see, there might be all kinds of airplane activity that we can't see. These are all civilian. I don't see anything that's being tracked that much. I mean, that's a civilian plane. That's not in the region. Yeah, the top 3 tracked planes are not even in the region, and those don't have that many people watching them. There's some refueling tankers up in the area, but that's a common thing. That's a helicopter, but it looks like it says Gulf helicopter, so it might be related to the energy industry or something. That's Flight Radar 24. You can check flightradar24.com for that. This is marinetraffic.com. Show you the last few hours here. Film Mission says nothing happening tonight. Trump is confusing everyone so much. Maybe I should put it there. Mr. Smicker Live says wait till 8 o'clock Iran time, 8 a.m. Spectre EH says, what if Iran fights back when the U.S. does this? President Trump was quite specific in his post. He said, Monday morning Middle East time. That's what he said, Monday morning Middle East time. I don't know what's so important about 8 a.m. I haven't heard anybody mention 8 a.m., but it is Monday morning Middle East time. Pioneer Twin thinks any ships going through the strait have their tracking off. Maybe we'll do a poll question. I said, will the U.S. take any military action in the Strait of Hormuz or Persian Gulf today? That's what I'm going to ask. That's a good question. Is escorting ships military action? I would say yes, but I would say yes for purposes of the poll. Let me just do this. Let's see here. As you think about it, is guiding them over the radio military action? I don't think so. No. On YouTube, 55% said yes. 44% said no. Maverick says, what happens if Trump doesn't follow up on either his post or the CENTCOM post? Our viewer, Amory U of M Dad, says if they fire at the IRGC fast boats, it will be. On Twitch, it's 64% say yes. So the majority of you are saying there's going to be U.S. military action. Oh no, I didn't post the right poll on Twitch. On Twitch, I said just generally. It's supposed to say today. Sorry, Twitch. I thought, you know what? I think what happened on Twitch again, I think the question was too long and the word got cut off today. That's happened twice today, I think, where I had too long a name and Twitch just cuts off part of it. Too long a question. So far, 100% on Facebook say yes. Twitch, I'll have to re-ask you the question when it says today. We'll do it live, says N. Phil Prepper thinks there will be an armed escort. All right, thanks for voting there on YouTube. Oopsie. What happened here? Okay. Thanks to Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot says they should offer the end of military support for Israel and close U.S. regional bases if Iran ends support for proxies, missile production, and enriched uranium. That's Mitchell's proposed deal. I don't think the U.S. is going to offer to end military support for Israel, for one. I don't know that Iran would go with any of your proposed concessions for them, says Mitchell Pilot. I don't know. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. I appreciate that. Oh, AZ Intel mentions that according to News 9 Oklahoma, there was a shooting and police found 4 people with gunshot wounds inside a car. That's in Edmond, Oklahoma. And there could be other victims as well. Oh, no, and our additional people were shot as well. We heard the scanner before suggesting it was a fight that started it. Dark Lord Greg thinks Iran would never keep their end of a deal. Oh, sorry, I was going to play you the last few hours here. I don't know if any of the ships currently moving towards the strait are ships that would not have been moving toward the strait except for some sort of U.S. military help. I haven't heard that reported, but you never know. About 7:15 there. Tim Robbins says, ain't nothing moving until Lloyd's of London says so. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen today? I have no idea. We could be covering big news. This is interesting. Oh, Minoan Falcon. So a couple of reports have been reported. A couple of ships have were reportedly attacked on May 3rd in the Strait of Hormuz by Iran. They have some information about one of them. Institute for the Study of War says, hold on. Let me pull up their update here. Understandingwar.org is where you can find their posts. Why is it behind? Yeah, right here. Oops, sorry. You're seeing the graphic again. Okay. The IRGC Navy likely attacked a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, there's been 2 reports of attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe this was written before the second attack report came out. They likely attacked it to sustain high shipping costs and oil prices to pressure the U.S. to make concessions. UK Maritime Trade Operations, reported that multiple small craft attacked a vessel, likely the Liberian-flagged, Greek-owned Minoan Falcon. Nice name. 11 miles west of Sirik in Iran. The vessel sailed northbound through the Strait of Hormuz before it abruptly turned south, likely due to the attack. The IRGC Navy previously attacked and likely redirected 2 Greek-owned vessels toward Iran on April 22nd. So they have a graphic here. They show the Minoan Falcon. That's on the right, on the east side of the strait. We can look that up on, I'm going to post a link to this article here from the Institute for the Study of War in the chat. But we can look up Minoan Falcon on marine traffic. The Minoan Falcon, bulk carrier. So this is what it did today. Well, in recent days, I assume, but this is today. So it was going north, and then it turned around. Now it's back down here. Again, it's assumed, Institute for the Study of War say they assumed it turned around when it got attacked. It is almost midnight Eastern time, and almost 8 a. No, almost 7:30 a.m. It's about 7:20 a.m. Iran time. I do not have any cameras at the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, WTI crude is now up a little bit on the day. It's over 102. Alien thinks we won't hear anything until tomorrow. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. Ruth has been moderating. Thank you, Ruth. Good luck, Duck. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Our Facebook mods like Hey Larry Body. By the way, our viewer Daniel Serentano says, are we going in? Wowana says, I think Trump tweets before market opens, puts a positive tweet out. I feel like a lot of people think something's going to happen. And I think there's decent reason to think that, given that President Trump announced an operation for Monday morning Middle East time, and that CENTCOM said Monday. And it's Monday Middle East time. Shout out also to our subscribers on Twitch, like Wall Street and Shaggy, Beatnik Bandit, DJ Saltlick, Hell Cyborg, Hugh J, Seed Music, Maverick in Mexico, Naomi Russo, Soapy Jones. Actually, I don't know if Soapy is. Either way, thanks Soapy for subscribing or watching. I'm Dippy Fresh. My Mind Spray. Yeah, Soapy Jones is a subscriber. Thank you. Strong One Tuna, LCS Fox, Spectre EH, Jorts ECute, Flux Eternus, Tuna, and Lynn Austin. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Cece for the bits. Thanks Jeff1202 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Rancor for subscribing on Twitch. And Static X. I'm not aware of anything we just checked flight radar. I'm not aware of anything hugely unusual there, but I don't know. But I don't see a lot of people tracking anything in particular related to the war. Maverick in Mexico thinks Trump has to do something tomorrow. Oh, I was going to repost the poll on Twitch with the right question. I didn't post the right question before on Twitch, so I'll repost the poll. So on Twitch, will there be U.S. military action in the Strait or Gulf today? That includes escorting other ships. I asked them before, but I didn't have the word today on it. Yeah, I can't tell if any ships are making a break for the Strait because there could be ships that are going towards the Strait that have agreed with Iran that they can go through. And I don't know, which are which. We'll show you the last few hours. Oh, thanks to David Joe Klotz, our member. And thank you, CAC, our member. 23 months. Thank you. Also 23 months, Sean Stiers. Thanks for being a member. Chris McFall says Trump will chump out again? Jesse James says, what surprises do 15,000 service members have up their sleeves? Hey, I want to thank our YouTube members as well. Haven't thanked them yet. Our members like Patricia Grace and Roy. Thank you for being members. Rocket J Squirrel. Jesse James. Ken Lance. Marisol Del Valle. Thank you. Austin Batman. Creamy, thanks for being a member. Our viewer War Analyzer said there's a U.S. military ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Where? U.S. military plane, I'm sorry. Oh, this one. I'm sorry. Here it is. By the way, this is pretty. I mean, this is not an. It's not an. I mean, it's not an irregular occurrence for the U.S. to be flying some sort of aircraft above. I feel like we frequently see drones flying over the Strait or the Persian Gulf. This isn't over the Strait. This is over the Persian Gulf. That is a. Hang on. That's a Boeing P-8A Poseidon. Which our viewers spotted. That's a maritime patrol and reconnaissance aircraft. P-8 Poseidon from Wikipedia. Thanks to Dashcam100, by the way. It's very kind of you, Dashcam. Thank you. Very nice of Dashcam. Also, Ada Geddon, our member. You can go to flightradar24.com and check out their flight tracker. P-8 operates in anti-submarine warfare, anti-surface warfare, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. One of our viewers mentioned it was an anti-submarine plane. Paolo Majorana said that. Oops. I cannot say why that P-8A is there right now. Oh, maybe it's not there anymore. Maybe it's leaving. I assume it's American. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's American, but flew from a Saudi base or something. Thank you, Philly Beats All, for watching. Oh, I didn't even look back at what Twitch said. The Twitch poll result, when I asked Twitch, will the U.S. military be taking action in the Strait/Gulf today? 66% of people thought yes on Twitch. Mighty Mag thinks if anything is going to happen, I think the civil aircrafts would have been advised to not fly. What is the operation? This is the operation that CENTCOM announced. After President Trump claimed there was going to be an operation called Project Freedom that was supposed to start today, Monday morning, Middle East time, that the operation was supposed to have the U.S. guide trapped ships that were trapped from the Strait of Hormuz being closed and get those trapped ships out. After Trump announced that, then the military, CENTCOM, said that Project Freedom is actually a operation to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Not talking about just trapped ships, talking about opening up the Strait of Hormuz and saying that the military support for it will include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. And they say it's starting on May 4th. Princess Kidda says that's big. Shillinator thinks it's a trap for Iran. They either attack or look weak. When they attack, we unleash shock and awe. Ray on marine traffic, green is cargo ship, red is tanker, dot is stationary, triangle is moving in the direction of the arrow. Thanks Khalid Mahmoud for watching. $420 Aquafina says shock and awe doesn't work for someone that's been waiting for it for 20 years. By the way, the 2 attacks reported today on ships in the Strait of Hormuz were the latest in at least 24 attacks in and around the strait since the war began, and they were first reported attacks in the area since April 22nd. So for in like 11 days. You can see here from AP talking about the 2 reported attacks today, or that happened on the 3rd. Cargo ships attacked near the strait. They were the first, I think they were both in the strait. Anyways, that aside. The first ship was an unidentified cargo ship traveling north near Sirak, Iran, east of the strait. UKMTO said Iranian officials have asserted that they control the strait and that ships not affiliated with the U.S. or Israel can pass if they pay a toll, challenging the freedom of navigation guaranteed by international law. Iran denied an attack on that ship. The semi-official Iranian outlets Fars and Tabnak reported and said a passing ship had been stopped for a documents check as part of monitoring. The second ship was a tanker that reported being struck around 11:40 p.m. Sunday, local time, while off Fujairah. Also, ships on the southern side of the strait, ships near Ras Al Khaimah, the northernmost emirate in the UAE and close to the strait, this says close to the strait, reported receiving radio warnings to move from anchorages. It was not clear who sent the VHF messages. Midtown Mike says the stock market is opening today, so Trump won't do anything until Friday. Dr. McRib says, I've got a bad feeling about this. It's 7:42 a.m. Iran time. Will something happen morning Middle East time? Something could have already happened. We just don't know about it. Given that Trump and CENTCOM both said May 4th, I need just a minute. Give me a minute, okay? Steve will be back in 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm kind of thinking, it's like, I don't know, right now it's 7:45 Iran time, a.m. In their separate announcements, President Trump said this operation was going to start May 4th morning, Middle East time. CENTCOM said May 4th as well. It is May 4th there. Oh, thanks to J. Petkoviat for being a member. But I don't know. I mean, even if something happens today, it could be hours and hours until something happens. I don't really have updates to give you right now. It's kind of like waiting and seeing if something's really going to happen here. Jim Bob says, I sense a disturbance in the coast. Yeah, so I don't know. I think maybe the thing to do might be to take a break and then if something happens, I can come right back on the air. I have no idea. Shannon Moore thinks it's up to Iran if something happens. I don't know. It sounds like the U.S. is going to do something. No, there's no Strait of Hormuz, Cam. Yeah, I think it might be the time. If I get off the air and something happens in 10 minutes, I can just start another stream. Sharkingly says it's about to start any moment now. Stuff could happen, but again, it might not happen. And again, I can do another stream. I came on the air today when President Trump posted his original post. Midtown Mike thinks I'll sleep and then wake up with the situation unchanged. Oil price is about even right now for the day. Yeah, Barry says it looks like something might happen soon. It certainly could, but given that we don't know, I would not be surprised if something happens in 10 minutes. I would also not be surprised if 8 hours from now we haven't gotten any huge update. Time will tell, says Evelyn in Maine. Babylonian thinks things are about to really get going. But again, nothing is stopping me from doing another stream when stuff happens. Brovsef thinks something is going to go down real soon. Canada Stu says another 2 weeks. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to start wrapping up the stream. But again, if something happens, I'll just come back on the air and do another stream. It could be 8 minutes or 8 hours, says Maverick. Yeah, so I'll come back on if something happens. But I really appreciate people being here for the stream. And I'll certainly be keeping an eye on this. Sharon Goslin says, this is crazy. Anyway, so I'll keep you updated. Again, I will keep an eye on things. If there's big developments like there was today, I will come on the air. I will also post on my X account while I'm off the air if I see stuff happen. You can see my X is at Lookner on X. So you can follow me there. But what can I say? I don't have a timetable here. Hey, thanks, I am Charlie. I appreciate that. I am Charlie. So, but I would suggest you turn on the notifications for this channel. We have a notification system. It works great, where you get notified whenever we're going live, so you don't miss a stream. And it's free to sign up for the notifications. The mods will post a link in the chat with the notifications. Also, on Facebook and YouTube, you can just go to the description of this video and find the notification sign up there. But sign up for the notifications, the free ones. So you get a heads up when we're going live. I would do that. I really appreciate you guys being here for the broadcast. We got to read a bunch of comments. I appreciate people sending in their comments and questions and sending me updates about what's going on. So I'm glad we got to read some comments. Again, I'm sure we'll be on soon, and I'll be keeping an eye on things. Unleashed Flute says Trump should be waking up for some tweets in a couple hours. Maybe there'll be some big tweet from Trump, and we'll have to come on and cover it. Thanks, Corey Bethune, our member. But really appreciate you guys joining us. Also, huge thanks to our moderators, too. You're awesome. Our moderators here, keeping an eye on the chat, keeping things under control. The chat was better behaved for the second two. I feel like the second and thirds of the stream. The last 2/3 of the stream. We had some issues in the chat the first part of the stream. But it was better behaved, I thought. But huge thanks to our moderators for being there, for allowing us to have chat rooms. Ruth over there on YouTube and all of our other YouTube moderators, huge thanks. On Twitch, moderators like Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes, Andrea Holder, oh, I didn't thank Lori Fargo and Karen Horvat for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Lori and Karen. Karen. Also, thanks to everybody who supported the channel today. That's super nice of you guys. That is what allows the channel to be on the air, is your support. So huge thanks. Make sure I thanked everybody. Jesse James, thanks for the gift membership. Jesse James, I appreciate that. And everybody else, very nice of you. Thanks for supporting the channel and letting the channel exist. Ooh, we do have this. What is this? Oh no, that's not new. That's not really new. By the way, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there too. At Agenda Free TV on X. X, excuse me. Yeah, we talked about the Oklahoma shooting earlier. I don't have much new details on it, to be honest. Apparently it was at a campground. The scanner suggests that it started with a fight. News 9 Oklahoma said that 10 people have been hospitalized, but we don't have conditions, and no suspects are in custody. 10 people were shot and hospitalized. That's what News 9 Oklahoma says. Investigation ongoing, no suspects in custody. That's according to News 9 Oklahoma. I hope everybody recovers and that they can get the suspect or suspects into custody. Justin King says News 9 just had a press release. Thanks, Mighty Mag, for following. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air on Discord. It's a free Discord chat. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Also, big thanks to our Discord moderators who moderate for us on Discord. And also, what was I going to mention? Oh, if you're watching on YouTube, I would suggest subscribe, turn on the YouTube notifications. To turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel, then click on the bell and choose all notifications. If you've already subscribed, make sure you click on the bell and choose all notifications. I want to thank also our... And to remind you, I will be keeping an eye on things. If there's big developments, I will come back on the air. I just don't know whether there will be and when they will happen. Thanks to all of our subscribers on Facebook, like Brian Daviau and... Hold on a second here. Michael Clayton, Robert Real II, Dolly Clark, K. Lowry Body, and all of our other Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. Thank you. Thanks to Deb N for being a member for 36 months. Thanks so much, Deb N. I appreciate that. And Corey Bethune for being a member. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Seed Music, Mr. Mac, Wall Street, UJ, Midtown Mike, Radioactive, Douthis, LCS Fox, Zelda Minis. Zelda Minis, thanks you for watching. Thank you. Gina Pina, thanks for subscribing. LCS Fox, Unleashed Flute, Midtown Mike, Douthis, Maverick in Mexico, My Mind Spray, Flux Eternus, Soapy Jones, Hell Cyborg, thank you. Douthis. All of our other Twitch subscribers, thanks for subscribing. And our YouTube members, huge thanks. Evelyn in Maine, Bernard Tapey, Marisol Del Valle, David at home, Eric Johnson, David Joe Klotz, Justin King, Danny G, Roger Shoemaker, Storm Laughter, Snarf Maru, all of our other viewers. So remember, President Trump said there was going to be an Operation Project Freedom that started Monday morning, or Middle East time, which it is now, Monday morning Middle East time. He said that was going to be the U.S. guiding trapped ships to freedom through the Strait of Hormuz. Just about the trapped ships, getting them out. Whereas the U.S. military after that said there's going to be this Operation Project Freedom starting on May 4th, but it's going to be an operation to restore freedom of navigation for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a much more ambitious goal. And they said it involves guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 service members. So will something happen today? We'll just have to see. Again, it is 8:01 a.m. Iran time right now. Thanks, Barney Pixley, for watching. Khalid Mohammed, thanks for watching. Diane Dietrich Fisher, thanks for watching. David Sarantano. Michelle Batten. Darren Charlo. Sharking Lee, thanks for watching. Jinx. Will from online, good luck duck. Gamoff 5. Cameron Patrick, thank you. Thunderbird says it could have happened a long time ago, but nobody knows. Maybe something's already happened that we don't know about. Very possible. Chinot, thank you. Again, I'm sorry I don't have any more updates for you now, but I am limited by what's being reported and what we're hearing about. So right now, I don't really have anything new, but I am certainly keeping an eye on this. All right, so we'll see. We'll see when we're back next. We'll see when we hear more. If stuff happens really soon, I'll get back on the air really soon, and we will keep an eye on this. Are we going to start seeing a major military U.S. operation in the Strait of Hormuz and Persian Gulf? Beats me. Seems like it could be happening, and it could happen soon. But that's it for now. Thank you so much for watching. And before I end, I like to do one last check here and make sure I'm not missing anything crazy. Before I do this, but I'll keep an eye on things when I'm off the air. All right, that is it. We're wrapping it up. Ooh, hold on. Let me just see something here. Wait 1 second. Do I have an update for you? Not at the moment. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see what happens with all of this. And we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.